Russell Wynn.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us pray together, please. Father, we thank you, Lord, for a beautiful day that you've given us here in Southwest Florida. And Lord, we thank you for the men and women who serve on this council and in our city, God, as they give of their talent and their abilities, God, to govern our beautiful city of Bonita Springs. Lord, we ask your wisdom and guidance to be upon this session today as they deal with the affairs and the details of our city. Be with our first responders, Lord. We ask, God, that you would protect them and bring them all back home safe each of their shifts to their homes. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Debbie, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, any changes in the agenda that I know of? We're good. Mayor's welcome. Well, I will welcome you all to the second council meeting in our brand new remodeled city hall that the taxpayers paid for, and you are all taxpayers. You got to remember that. We are all taxpayers, and we need to spend your money frugally. And what a beautiful building we have here now. And I work for the people. The people elected me. I work for you. I need your comments. I need your input. And welcome. I'm glad to see there's a nice group of people here today. And now we'll go to public comments.
Roll call.
Please come up.
Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, you skipped roll call.
Roll
Huh?
call.
Roll call?
Roll call. Oh, yes. So sorry, Debbie.
Councilwoman Carumba.
Here.
Councilman Purdon.
Here.
Councilwoman Carr.
Here.
Mayor Steinmeier.
Here.
Councilman Corey.
Here.
Councilman Gibson.
Present.
Councilman Forbes.
Okay, now we go to public comment. I'm sure we have somebody here that come forward to the. We may limit you to 4 minutes. I'm not positive though.
Oh, I won't do that.
So, okay, thank you, dear.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Esman, and I have been a resident of Bonita Springs since 1991. I understand you are in the process of welcoming proposals for the Bamboo Village property downtown, and that's why I'm here. I'd like to give a little bit of my opinion on that. I hope that you will not be swayed by designs of concrete and glass and overdone landscaping. I beg you to think along the lines of meet and greet and play theme, keeping that small town charm that we boast of. Please follow the lead of our current pioneers like Grandpa's Pizza, Stand Subs, Making Waves Hair Salon, Benson's, Engel's Bicycles, Survey Cafe, Maria's, and all the others. Let's maintain the ambiance that they have worked so hard to create on the old 41 corridor. I would like to conclude with a quote from Mildred Briggs' book entitled Pioneers of Bonita Springs, Facts and Folklore. One looks at his bit of land, his home, and wonders what the future will bring. Will the next influx of investors be prospectors who toss the land for gain, or will they see its future as a home to develop with love and concern for his fellow man and future generations? If so, then we can preserve the goodness of life so treasured by the pioneers. Thank you, and good luck in your decision-making process.
Thank you, dear.
Honorable Mayor, Council, my name is John Pano. I'm with CGT Kayaks, and I'm also a resident here in Bonita Springs. I'm not going to go into too much here. I just want to speak on item 15A, the bamboo property briefly, and ask you not to accept any proposals right away, to take your time to look at and listen to the workshop coming up and the people that attend that and what their suggestions are. And at this point, I'm just going to end it with that, and I will be presenting at the workshop my point of view and what our options are and what I think the public really would like. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Chris Griffith, Downing Fry Realty, and I'm here as a representative for the properties on Riverside Drive. I will be available to answer any cursory questions while you discuss it today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. For the record, Dwight Usman, Paradise Road area. My wife pays a lot of attention to what goes on, but this is the first time she's felt so strongly that she wanted to come and speak, so I hope you will remember what she said. I'm going to briefly comment on the agenda item regarding the purchase on South Riverside Drive. My question is, does anyone know how we got the access pathway to Island Park on that property? I mean, did we pay for it?
I know, but this is not a conversation.
Okay,
You
well,
should know before you come up here.
maybe you will answer it when we get into that part of the,
Yes, I could.
okay, I would appreciate it. I personally don't know if the city needs the land, but it could certainly provide for parking. The asking price is $150,000, and it is 65 square feet, which makes that $22.50 a square foot. An acre is 43,560 square feet. So that basically prices that land out at, on a small tributary to the river, at about $980,000 an acre. Thank you, and I hope you can answer our question.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Charlie Strader for the record. So as simply so as not to take away time from my later presentation today, I wanted to thank my District 2 councilperson, Jesse Purdon, for putting the presentation on the agenda. However, he is not responsible for the intent or content of the presentation. I think he believes in hearing all sides of an issue, giving equal time, that sort of thing. I apologize in advance for the fast speed of the scheduled presentation. It will test our multitasking skills. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Charlie.
Good morning. First of all, for the record, Trish Leonard, a resident of downtown Bonita Springs and also the president of the Bonita Springs Downtown Alliance. I want to congratulate you on a beautiful building. First time in, nice job. I'm here to talk also on the Imperial River area. I'll be later at the workshop. I just wanted to say, think about it. We've had 4 mayors, 3 city managers, numerous council members over the 20 years, and we're still talking about the same thing. I think you all are smart. You'll make the right decisions. Whatever decision you make, we will support it. I know you have that coming up. I just wanted to say congratulations, and I'm all open to the right choice for whatever you all select. You're professionals and you understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Yes, sir. Anybody else? Come on, sir. Yeah, there we go.
Good morning and congratulations again for this beautiful building and remodel. My name is Zanos Grekus, and actually it's a question. What time is the workshop going to be approximately?
When we're done here,
Is that going to be late in the day?
gonna be right after we're done here.
Okay. All right. I don't know, how long do these
Are
meetings?
you here for bamboo or?
Yes. Yeah. I want to discuss it, but I don't know if I should make my comments now or then, because I do have something at the
I
end of the day.
understand that. Bamboo's on the end of the agenda, but we're gonna move that to the workshop.
Okay.
Okay, so if you wanna have a cup of coffee or something, come back in 20 minutes. I don't know how
Oh,
long.
that's
we're
fine.
gonna
Okay, yeah, 20 minutes is no problem at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on. Come on, Sophie.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor. I'm here because you think, and you know that I'm very concerned about what's going to happen to the BVP. And I'm, like Trish said, I'm sure going to make the right decision, because it's a little bit obvious that this piece is a piece, am I speaking loud enough? This piece of land is a real gem. You can make it something absolutely wonderful. You can make it whatever you think is necessary for Bonita, and I count on you to make the best decision.
Thank you, Sophie. Anybody else? Come on now. We have to move along. Okay, 8A. Is this, who presents this? Is that city attorney?
Staff will give a brief introduction. Mike Fegan will give a brief introduction, and then the applicant is here and will probably make a presentation.
Okay, Mike.
Good morning, Mike Fegan with Community Development. For the record, the special exception case that is before you today has to do with requesting two uses, vehicle and equipment dealer uses that are already permitted in the zoning district that the property is located within. The reason for the special exception is because the property is within the US 41 overlay, which requires a special exception to make sure that certain design criteria and elements are being met for certain uses, and these are some of the uses on the list. The zoning board heard the case last month and voted unanimously for approval. We do have the applicant here, Paul McMichael, with Hol Montez, to give a brief presentation, and I'm also here as well to give the staff presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Paula.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council Mayor. Again, my name for the record is Paula McMichael. I'm Vice President of Planning Services with Hol Montez. I do have a presentation, but it's an extensive presentation. I'm going to keep this brief, and then obviously I can answer any questions that you may have. So I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Power Lodge, Florida, Tom Dean. The request before you is a special exception request for two uses, vehicle and equipment dealers, groups 2 and 3. Group 2 is motorcycles, group 3 is watercraft and boats. Power Lodge will be occupying a portion of a building that was built back in 1998 as a car dealership. The north part of the building is occupied by Mitsubishi. The southern portion of the building is occupied by Hertz Car Sales. The special exception, those uses are permitted by the commercial plan development. The special exception is required because this is within the US 41 overlay. Staff recommended approval of the request, and we are in agreement with the conditions and analysis provided by staff. And as Mr. Fegan already mentioned, we were heard by the zoning board in May, and they unanimously recommended approval. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Dean to give you an introduction to the business. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. So my name's Tom Dean. I'm the owner of Power Lodge, Florida. To give you a little background, I, in January 1st, 2020, bought a business called Florida Motorsports that was in Naples. We were by Costco, and the facility really wasn't set up for our business. Although it comes across, I think, from the zoning as motorcycle business, we're really a combination of, we sell motorcycles, we sell like ATVs and side-by-sides, called off-road vehicles, and then we sell watercraft. They're not broken up separately or, by thirds. I would say the large portion of our business is watercraft. And then probably side-by-sides and motorcycles seem to be a dying industry a little bit right now. It's not probably maybe 15% of our business, but some of the manufacturers we have, like Honda, Yamaha, they sell all those products I mentioned. We're required to sell motorcycles. To be honest with you, I think if we had a choice, we wouldn't even be selling motorcycles, but that's part of the business we're in. We have to sign up for it. I think I'm here just to speak out. It seems to be the residents, we might as well, they're concerned behind us about noise. I don't want to stereotype and say Harley or whatever, loud. I mean, we don't do a lot of motorcycle work. We don't do loud exhaust modifications, and it's really a pretty small part of our business. But I guess whatever part of the business, any parts of our business, noise seems to be a concern. I think coming up to now, we've displayed, we put some noise decibel readers, give you an idea.
Just hold on. because you're testifying on actual factual items, I'd like to swear you in at this time.
Okay,
Do you swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay. So we have decibel readers, we have one in our shop, and then we have one right on the back rear property line. And so in our shop, if we're doing work, we've been at 90, 91 decibels, but it's all enclosed. You know, our shop only has one door that actually opens and faces to the west. But then along on the back, on the property line, the loudest we've recorded so far has been 70. And then to kind of compare, I think at one of the planning, at the, you know, the last meeting, you know, okay, what's, you know, how loud is 70? And somebody Googled it, I didn't even know, you know, like laughter is 66. But we did do, just as of yesterday, thought, hey, let's go see what it is on 41. So we took it 2 times during the day on 41. We just, you know, right up on the edge, sidewalk set it, and we had an 80, I think an 82 and an 86 reading. So, you know, it's louder, and that was just regular traffic on a Tuesday. So I think, you know, our noise, I think at the bottom line is we're trying to reduce noise as much as we can. We want to be a good steward, you know, to the neighborhood, to the city. And so I think that's just all that I want to display. And if there are some other questions that anyone would have, I'm more than happy to answer them.
What are your hours of operation?
So our hours of operation to the public is 9 to 6, Tuesday through Friday, and 9 to 5 on Saturday. Sunday and Monday we're closed, but our shop does open. We have technicians, they work 8 to 5. Now, sometimes the day's longer, well, we work, you know, a little bit longer, but you're not gonna see us working crazy hours.
Okay. On these watercraft, do you flush them out? Is that done inside the building? Because you put the water through them or something? I've seen them do that.
Sometimes we have to flush them out. Ideally, you want to flush them out before you get them, but we do. And on the flushing out, that's really not even needing to run them. That's just running a hose through them. Based on the model, some of them we do need to run, but it's become less and less. If you know, if you took a watercraft 25 years ago and took it today, a much different product. It's really quiet. It's a 4-stroke. Some of them actually have a radiator system. I won't get into the details of it, but they don't even suck the water in to cool the engine. So it's kind of difficult. I mean, we can run them for a little bit, but reality is if we
inside or outside?
We could probably do both, actually, but most of it's inside. That's where all our technicians are working on them. There isn't like smoke or anything with them. I mean, realistically, they run as clean as your car would. So would I tell you that we've never started one outside? I'd be lying to you. But majority of it, if you need testing work on it, we need to go to the water. You know, we need to go to one of the landings and put it in the water. It's pretty difficult to test for a long period of time, any type of running. Just really can't be done at our facility. Usually you can start, if they start, they run, you can shut them off pretty quick.
Okay, do you sell Harleys or Polaris?
So we don't sell Harley, so we don't have that. Polaris, we sell a product called Slingshot, which is made by Polaris. It's a 3-wheeled kind of a crossover car motorcycle. It has a Chevrolet car motor in it, so that one isn't very loud. But I do have 3 stores in Minnesota where we're a Polaris dealer, and we're in the process of signing up for a Polaris dealer here. Currently, we're not, but we're you know, hopefully soon we'll be one.
Okay, now I know what a Harley sounds like.
Yep.
I know what these go-fast bikes, they are really loud. Is that the normal exhaust system on them, or have they been modified?
Well, if you're
Here for 2 miles away.
they'll be modified. They'll be modified because anything new coming out from a manufacturer has the same similar noise requirements, EPA, emissions requirements as a car. They're on the road, so they really are running, if not the same, very similar. They're not the same, but similar requirements. So they're quite a bit quieter. I know we had a couple neighborhood meetings. We took our smallest bike and the largest one. So we had like maybe a 250 cc, and then a large Honda Goldwing is an 1800. We had them both running there, and to be honest with you, they both sound pretty similar. Sometimes you could just about argue the smaller one was a little louder.
Okay, Jesse, you got anything? Amy?
No, I think we should.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We do have to open up the public hearing, see if
And
there's
I
any.
also like to hear just a summary comment from our staff, please.
There's a motion and a second, is that why?
Yes, that's already been done.
Sure. Mike Fegan again for the record, and again, staff is in agreeance with the applicant, or we're in agreeance on the recommendation here. What I think I will pull up, if it's okay, if you'll permit me, is I'll just pull up the conditions of approval and just run over those really quick. And I'll just race through some of this here. Okay, so with the conditions of approval, there were several that were added as a result of this application. First one to keep in mind is that this special exception would be valid for this application only. So if a Harley dealer wanted to come in, or a Triumph dealer wanted to come in, they would have to go back through the special exception. This would apply just to Power Lodge and the Power Lodge business only. So again, any Harley or exotic cars, you're probably looking at a new special exception there. The development would have to be consistent with the site plan that is attached to your staff report and also the landscape plan. That was something that staff and the applicant spent a little bit of time going back and forth on, was an enhanced landscape plan to create some visual buffering along the US 41 corridor, but still allow them to have the outdoor display area that they are permitted to have. The next condition would be that there are no testing or test drives permitted on the west side of the building, and that is the side that is closest to the abutting residential area. So there is no permitting of testing or test drives west of the building. The next condition was with the noise control ordinance. Obviously, we have a noise control ordinance that governs noise throughout the city, and the applicant, to their credit, proposed a measuring technique that would actually allow a more restrictive measuring standard for their business. So typically, if a noise complaint comes in, you go to the property owner or to the complainant's property line and you take your decibel reading. Power Lodge has agreed to allow decibel readings to be taken from their property line, and that is because they have installed decibel readers on their property line. They feel pretty certain about the noise readings that they are getting. I've been out there myself unannounced several times, so has John Dulmer, and we haven't seen anything that exceeds the decibel limits of the noise control ordinance. And also letting them know that any additional changes other than what's before you today would require additional approvals, and unless modified as part of this approval, the project's going to be consistent with the Land Development Code and the US 41 overlay standards. So those are the conditions of approval that staff and the applicant have agreed to.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more comments? Yes, Fred?
Yeah, just, if he's gonna be shortly a Polaris dealer, do we wanna modify that one condition so we don't have to have him come back for being a Polaris?
It is allowed.
If you approve this special exception, he wouldn't need to come back. It would be within the Group 2, Group 3 use that they're going for today.
That's my question.
A new dealer, has to come back.
Yes, if it's a new business other than Power Lodge,
Okay,
they would have to come back. But if Power Lodge wants to add Polaris, that's okay.
not another brand. Okay.
Correct.
These things are not working, so I'm sorry, we have to go back to the old method. I just want to comment that I think the staff has done a great job, and I don't know if it's apparent from the literature, but the reason why, one of the main reasons why this is an issue is that the US 41 overlay is trying to prohibit what we call auto-centric businesses in a congested area, an intensity of those. So this is actually in addition to an existing building, business. It's not really auto-centric, it's kind of a different vehicle. And I think that all the conditions that the staff worked on them help us to have still a pedestrian look, which is what we're concerned about. So I think it did a great job, and I appreciate it. I'm going to vote yes for this.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, you're free to take your vote.
Okay, I'd like to speak on it. I think noise is a nuisance, and I don't think I've got a lot of letters from the neighbors concerned about the noise, and I'm going to vote against it. Call for a roll call.
I have a comment, please.
Anybody else? Yes, Chris.
I wanted to thank the gentleman for bringing the business out of Naples and putting it in Bonita Springs and adding to our business community. So thank you very much.
And I'd like to add in a very good steward way and really concerned for the neighbors. I saw the decibel machine. I mean, it's there, so good neighbors.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon? Aye. Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Nay.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Okay, motion passed. Okay, 9A, we go to consent agenda. We can approve all three of them at one time if we'd like.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I'll second that.
I did already.
Okay. Any comments? Call for a roll.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Okay, number 10, we added in, if we have any comments about the consent agenda that we just passed, you can mention them now. Kyle's here trying to get these things to work right, I guess.
Pardon me, folks. Sorry.
Do we have any comments about what we just passed? I guess not. We'll move along. Number 11, emergency preparedness. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like Tony Backhurst to come forward. He's going to give you an update on our emergency preparedness as we are currently in hurricane season, and introduce our partnership with Lee County as well.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Tony Backhurst, Neighbourhood Services. I do have a presentation, a brief presentation. That one. So this is a fairly brief presentation, just as we're a few weeks into hurricane season, and just wanted to give Mayor and Council an overview of not just where we are in our preparedness, but also in the event of an emergency, what we can expect with regards to the structure. And we've also been kindly, our invitation to the new Lee County EOC Director, she accepted our invitation, and Sandra Tapfumane will be speaking right after me as well. So, preparations for 2021. I'm not going to go through every one on the list here, but we've been through extensive training throughout the year. Last month, city staff participated in the Integrated Emergency Management course, the IEMC. There's a lot of acronyms up here.
and I'll try and make it painless as possible. And that was a 4-day course. We went through that. We've also worked through the multi-year training and exercise program, MyTEP, with the council, with the EOC. We've done our usual ongoing throughout the year working on the private stormwater conveyance systems, trying to make sure they're maintained up to the level that they should be, which is ongoing. We've prepared with debris management. We've got debris management sites in advance of the season, so we're trying to get everything set up as you possibly can get it for us. And we've also worked with our partners, which is EOC, LCSO, BSU, Fire Department. So most people kind of get into the frame of mind when it's hurricane season, but an emergency is an emergency, not just hurricanes. So it's 12 months of the year we're working on this, city staff is working on it. We're doing mitigation, we're doing the preparedness, and then should it, in the event something happen, we'll deal with the response and recovery. So the system that we work under is FEMA guided. Our emergency operations plan is in accordance with FEMA regulations, and it works under the National Incident Management System, which is otherwise known as NIMS. And we would work under an incident command system in the event of an actual declaration of an emergency, in the event of a major hurricane. So that's ICS and NIMS. What does that mean for the city? So in the event of a major event, the city wouldn't be functioning as it is currently with the separate departments. It would operate under the ICS system, which means we'd have an incident commander, which would be the city manager, and then it would go down the command staff. So the functions you would have at a command staff, we would have a PIO, a liaison officer, somebody who is actually at the EOC, and then we would have the major 3 sections, which would be operations, which is out in the field, planning, which is information focus on what we need and how to get it, and then logistics and finance, which is how do we pay for it. So that's kind of the way the system would break down. So how does that work out? How does that break out for a daily operation? We would have an incident action plan, which is an IAP. So an incident action plan looks fairly complicated when you look at them, and it is in our emergency operations plan an example. But the simplest way to do it is FEMA give us this nice little ticker on the side that says, what is an incident plan? It's what do we need to do, who's responsible for doing it, what resources are needed, and how do we communicate? So that's what the IAP is. And every day that would be bolstered with a situation report, which is compiled, and that would be forwarded up to the EOC at the end of the day in order so everybody's communicating and everybody knows what everyone's doing. Ultimately, we're one city, a small city working within a framework. And within that framework, we'll have partners, we'll have Sheriff's Department, we've got BSU, we've got the Fire Department, FP&L, we all work within here. When incidents get, it's a scalable system. So if it's a small incident, it can be withdrawn down. If it's a major incident, then it can be drawn out. So it's kind of complicated and convoluted, and the staff has, I think we've got over 250 certifications throughout the city in order to work through with FEMA. But resource requests, when that situation report goes in, ultimately the city is trying to fulfill its own requirements down here. In the event of a major emergency, you know, there's other neighboring jurisdictions, especially with a hurricane. So we try to fulfill all our obligations under that system that I just showed you, the ICS. In the event that we're unable to fulfill those requests, the system works on funnel in, funnel out. And if you look at the graphic again, FEMA have been kind enough to show us a graphic. At the bottom is the incident command, which is on the ground. That's how we're operating. All the information then funnels in and it goes to the EOCs, the Emergency Operations Center, collate all that information. How do they fulfill those requirements? If they're unable to, then it funnels back out and you get up to the federal agencies. So the system that we operate through is called Web EOC. So it's nice technology in as much as we can take that information, forward it on, and there's also other software that's used that is instant when they're out doing damage assessments that uploads and immediately the EOC would know this information. And it is imperative that our information gets to the county in order for them to be able to fulfill any requests, and the more efficient the system, obviously the quicker it will work in order to facilitate what we need. So that's kind of a real quick, brief run through. And so we're very fortunate that Sandra came today She's very experienced in emergency management, has extensive experience in this, and she's actually brought down, and we're going to get the all-new hazard guide in both English and Spanish, which the city is going to disseminate to the population of certain areas that are high flood zone areas, get the information out to those people, and it will also be placed in a variety of different locations as well for dissemination.
Yes, Tony, very good. What if the phones go out? How do we communicate with 100 people at one time? It sounds pretty complicated. And how do we get the National Guard here? I want the National Guard here today. Well, not 3 weeks ago with all this bureaucracy and all this conversation. I want help that's available now. How do we do that?
To the first question, if the telephones go out, we have a radio system here that we maintain throughout the year that we are able to communicate, and we'd also be on a common channel where we can communicate as well to the county. The National Guard question would be, I mean, that's up at state level is when that's deployed, and it would be done also over and above what I would be doing. I couldn't be calling out the National Guard, but certainly when you're funneling the information up and the importance which hopefully you get out of that, the communication system is the most important thing. The quicker and most efficient way of communicating the needs of our city or any community within the county, the quicker, most efficient way of getting it there is going to facilitate the fastest and most efficient response.
Most efficient response again?
Yeah, the quicker we can and most efficient way we can get the information of our needs and requirements in not just ours but any locale within the county, the quicker we can get it to the people that they can make that decision, the better it is. So that's why this system is being put in.
And how do you do that?
We would communicate to the Lee County Emergency Operations Center.
You go around with a truck with loudspeakers, drive around telling people what to do? If the phones are out, if towers are out, how are you going to communicate with the general public?
Well, as with Irma, where there was incidents, city staff did go out, and they went out into areas, especially areas that were with extreme flooding, and they went out and did relay messages to the population within those specific areas. Obviously, there's a limitation on how many staff we have, but we certainly get out the message as much as we can. There's also we have a communications system through software, which
We have satellite phones as well as majority of the, in a situation like that, we would partner with the Lee County Sheriff's Office as well as the Bonita Springs Fire Control Rescue District. They have vehicles that are specifically equipped for that. They have equipment that they used during Irma that in case there was blockages, and immediately, as soon as it was safe, they were all on the roads to do assessment and to see where needs were to directly help residents immediately. So they were cutting trees, they were removing debris for life safety issues immediately and making reports. Those reports are then generated back to Lee County so we can get the supplies and the information we need. In the case of a situation of the National Guard, that is something that would be brought up through Lee County to the state emergency management. We're on regular calls during an incident every 3 to 4 hours with updates, and those emergency needs would be given to the appropriate state agency that would then deploy the needs that we have.
I remember when I was mayor-elect, there was a storm coming, and Arlene was on the phone with me every couple hours reporting what was going on, where the storm was and everything else. So
We're very
the city manager is going to be basically in charge of this?
In the approved operations plan in an incident, I would be in charge of the incident. I would be then communicating everything to city council, and if there was a need for an emergency meeting for decisions, we would request that you do that. But you would also be signing an emergency order that would give certain appropriations to me in a case of emergency, but I would be in direct contact with each of you regularly as we receive the updates.
Very good. Anything else?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Questions, Fred?
Yeah, I remember in Irma distinctly here, the problems, and I know Arlene will handle all these things, but number one, like the areas that flooded, Quinn Street to be specific, it was a long time before we got authorization to get dumpsters out there and a table with an umbrella where they could put water and stuff and people could see. So I think she's got that hand. One other thing that I had worked on, and I'll bring it up at the budget time, we've got to have the authority to, if we see a storm coming, and we knew it was going to hit this area for at least a day or two before Irma hit us, we've got to be able to get some emergency food and liquids in to places where, like the Lions Club, where they have a kitchen. There's certain places that have kitchens with generators. The Love Inc. Church does, that they operate out of. You got to have a way to get food out, because it was almost 9 days before we had any people coming into Bonita and handing out food. It was a long time. And that's, people get hungry, they get thirsty and all that. I think we should also encourage the churches to do things, if they got generators. That's the key to it.
Good idea, Fred, thank you. Anything else?
We'd like to introduce our Lee County EOC.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's so nice to be here with all of you. My name is Sandra Tapfumine. So I am the new Public Safety Director for Emergency Management for the county. I've been with Emergency Management as the Operations Chief since 2012. So I've been there for a while with the team. And just to echo what Tony and your city manager have been stating, the system that we have works very well. Every layer is at the attempt to be able to take care of their own needs. And then as they get to the point where maybe they've exhausted their resources, that's where we go up to the next layer in the system. So the county emergency operations system and the system that we have built there, you have a liaison, as Tony said, and that is critical because we need to understand what the needs are down here in the city. During Irma, we were able to identify areas that were needing food, needing outreach, and so that was part of our system to be able to provide that. But we'll be looking to you to identify what those needs are. So our system here at the county level is very strong. If we are not able to provide that assistance, then we'll be asking for support from the state, and we'll be very specific as to what the needs are, and then the state will determine what kind of resources they have available to send to us. So we feel very confident coming out of the pandemic now for the last year and a half in a very unusual event that is a very something that we don't normally respond to. We are almost feeling very comfortable moving back to hurricane preparedness. It sounds a little silly to say, but this is something that we do feel comfortable with. We know what to do, and we know that the residents, unless they're new to the area, have some level of comfort with understanding a hurricane. We know it's coming. We can get prepared. So the one thing I'd just like to stress, in addition to the city itself getting prepared, is your residents. This is a great time for them to start preparing, start grabbing some items for their supply kits, and so that way they have food and water. We recommend having a 3 to 5 day supply of non-perishable foods and a gallon of water per person and per pet in their home. That way they don't have to venture out into the community when it's not quite safe to do so right after a storm. So we have information on our website. People can go to at leegov.com/hurricane, and in the hurricane guides there's a whole bucket of information along with a checklist of items that we recommend people look to getting. That way it just makes everyone's job a little bit easier and a little bit safer as well.
And we provide direct links to the Lee County webpage, and we'll provide regular updates. And in case of an incident, as they push out the information to our communications director, we would be getting that out on all of our social media and our website as well.
Okay, can the city declare an emergency by itself, or does it have to go through the county?
Yes, you have the ability to declare your own state of local emergency, as is the county. Depending on what your ordinances say and your laws say, you can always feed into the determination made at that county level. So that just is whatever it is that you guys decide to do. So.
Okay, I think it would also be an excellent time to trim your palm trees and get the coconuts out of the trees before they become projectiles. A good time to trim your trees because they grow fast down here. So thank you very much. Anything else?
No, thank you, Mayor and Council. These regular updates, as long as with the staff training, is all logged so that if future reimbursements come forward or opportunities for grants, we're able to show that we've done a public outreach as well as training in emergency preparedness regularly.
Very good. Anybody else?
Yes, I have a
Yes.
couple of comments. reflecting back on Irma, I was here and was fortunately I had a four-wheel drive and could get out and try to help people. The two biggest areas of concern that I heard was identification of shelters. So hopefully that will have been taken care of prior to the next storm. Electricity, because it seemed like nobody that I could talk to had any ability to talk to FP&L and figure out what the game plan was to restore electricities by neighborhoods or by areas. And it turned out there are some locations where it was hard for them to access these boxes that they needed to get to in order to restore electricity along Spring Creek, for example. So I'm hoping that there are some communications between FP&L and the county such that we're sure that FP&L are maintaining their junction boxes and so forth so that they can access them if they need to be able to restore power. The third comment is debris. We seem to have been at the mercy of FEMA with respect to debris removal and who they were contracting with as to when areas would have their streets cleared. We can never get an idea of what the schedule was or how long the contractor was going to be in place or how many contractors were going to be involved. And I know that eventually the streets got cleared, but it was very difficult to try to tell people that were affected by debris and not being able to get out of their driveways or their streets when they could expect relief. So hopefully there's better communications with FEMA along that line because people really are concerned about debris, electricity, those kinds of things that they're dependent upon.
Isn't that a county contract, the debris removal? We just voted for that, didn't we?
Yeah, so the county does have a vendor that they contract with to provide services to clear debris after a disaster. The city, are you guys linked in with ours, or do you have your own vendor?
We are linked in with Lee County so that we can coordinate together on the debris removal. So there was an outright bid that the county has done, and we're able to join in onto that contract. What'll be a little bit different this time is that Tony and his staff has identified some debris locations that we can actually transfer to more quickly. That was some of the issues that we had previously, and some spots where we're able to actually deploy out some more services. Also, this time, we actually are upfront with our contracts with Lee County, so we should have a quicker response time as well.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, Sandra. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, here she comes. Where's the dollars and cents? Come on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lisa will come forward, just give us a brief update.
Comes the bucks. The buck stops here. Okay, Lisa.
Kyle's going to assist us to get this going. I'm going to be extremely brief today. A lot of the things we're going to talk about are just follow-ups to our last presentation where we looked at all of our significant revenues heading into our budget hearings, which we're going to have at the beginning of July. Okay, great.
July 7th.
Yes, thank you very much.
July 30.
Yeah. Ad valorem revenues, the preliminary taxable values, what you have before you and in your monthly financial report are the June 1st numbers that we see from the Lee County Property Appraiser. These are very exciting. These are, I will caution you, they're as of January 1st, 2021, consistent with the annual cycle as laid out in Florida statutes. Our number of 4.65 is very exciting. We did give you all the various numbers, including countywide, which again for our local economy, very positive numbers. We did do just a preliminary revenue calculation to show if we were at the prior year tax rate, which is our current tax rate, it would be approximately $420,000 additional dollars in revenue. Just to let you know, we will receive another number July 1st, again by Florida statutes, and then they actually continue to change the numbers as we head into valuation adjustment boards. But it really doesn't move significantly, so I think these are numbers we could probably count on as we budget. Communication services tax. Last month in your report, we noted a slight decrease in the current year collections as we compare them to the prior year collections. And so we wanted to see, is that something that's local or is it statewide? And I must say the state of Florida, with their economist, and they have revenue estimating conferences for all their revenues regularly during the year. Just exciting dynamic data about what we're seeing in the state. They take into account, state economic data, national economic data, and we look to them to see if where we're tracking is consistent with what they're seeing statewide. And as you can see noted here, we are. We're slightly lower. Communication services taxes, it constricts slightly. Historically, we know it constricts slightly because it's based on consumer behavior. Households, if they are constricting their budgets, they may look to see if there are any of these services they can reduce. And also, if businesses are vacant, if their offices are not occupied, restaurants, retail, again, that can dampen this slightly. Local option gas tax. Again, we saw a slight decrease in that as compared to last year. We looked to the State Revenue Estimating Conference and confirmed that this is consistent with what they're seeing statewide. This one, though, we're going to watch closely as we go through the summer months because historically, people drive more during the summer. So we really this year, we're hoping, we'll be able to regain some of the ground we've lost. Again, not significant amounts, but we do watch that and we use that to anticipate and project our revenue into next year. State revenue projections. Overall, the state recently projected 2.7% increase in its overall revenue. Again, we think that's a very positive thing given where we all know we've been economically lately. Now, they did caution, and I put it in your report in your packet, that they know there's a continued risk for our sales tax, one of our biggest revenues, to individuals returning to normal purchasing behavior. We're going to watch that, see how it impacts it. Again, we're going to look to the state to give us some guidance. Another exciting fact that the state issued, I thought everyone would be interested in. The state just redid their population projections for the next 5 years, and they think we're going to have a growth. 1.39, not big historically for what we know as a state, but given where we've been, we think it's a positive number, and we think that is good. And again, that's an annual average growth rate over the next 5 years. So that's it. We promise to be brief. If y'all have any questions or any comments, we'd welcome those.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into the next item, could we possibly have a 5-minute break?
12A, Fred Forbes' presentation, please.
Oh, okay. Basically, my presentation is to get the staff to look into aggressively the grants that are available. There's one right now that opened, and I think they have a total of $16 million, I believe, on it. And it's for septic tank conversion. It's a combination of federal and state money. Remember, there's a pot that's going to be available here shortly. I think it's $500 million. We do have a lot of septic tanks, more than we probably realize we have in Bonita Springs. The other thing we're also blessed with is we do have a good bit of the old vitrified clay pipe. A lot of it is in RV parks and trailer courts that were built years and years ago when that kind of pipe was legal. So what I'm asking is give staff permission to get with Bonita Springs Utilities. The best way for both of us to get the money to get this work done is we and Bonita Springs Utility go in as a team, a joint grant. I mean, both our names would be on it. Obviously, if it's septic tank removal and all that, they'll be doing the lion's share of the work. But we need to get this stuff done because it does affect water quality, affects the Imperial River, Spring Creek. In fact, I think that report from Florida Gulf State University where they analyzed the water in Spring Creek found certain things in it that most likely came from septic tank leaching fields or possibly also broken or leaking vitrified pipe. So it's real simple. If we agree to this, all we're doing is asking staff, Arlene, Matt, others, to work with Bonita Springs to get back to us. Hopefully very quickly, by budget time,
Well, we would need to bring something back to you on the July 7th meeting, and depending on how it is, we'd ask if we needed to take action on it. We did have some preliminary conversations with DEP as well as BSU. Bonita Springs Utility is a nonprofit, so they qualify as a partner for the city, and I believe there's some work that BSU has done in preparation of this, so they need to work with us on providing additional information for the grant.
I think that's good. Do we need a vote on that, or should we just?
I think if
Your
it's
staff has the
direction to
direction?
staff, we would move forward.
if nobody objects, it's,
I definitely don't object. I think it's a great idea, and I know when I met with John Jenkins and the folks over there, they do have initial plans for certain areas of the city already pretty much ready to go.
Yeah.
So they've actually spent money on this already, and I think that, you know my position on septic. So this is right. I couldn't agree with you more, and I think it's a good tangible step. And I think it's not going to cost us nearly as much as it generally would, because a lot of the initial financial upfront's already been done by BSU. So I think this is a good move.
I do believe that the work they've already done and spent money on can count as towards the match.
But we're going to have to clarify that with DEP. And we'll have to determine if we need any formal action from the council on the 7th, because the deadline for the applications is July 15th prior to our second meeting. So if we do, we would have that as an agenda item of the budget for you to take action on.
Okay, Amy, please.
I just would like to make a couple of comments, mainly in regard to the preamble that Councilman Forbes gave to this item. I'm voting in favor of them. I'm very much in favor of going for this funding. But I think when we had our report from FGCU, I had suggested that the first thing that we need to do is to figure out practical steps of exploring potential problems that we have there. It is the case that we have septic systems within Bonita Springs, but the vast majority of them have already been converted. And I think what needs to be done is to explore those that are within the watersheds of both Spring Creek and Imperial River. That's like an empirical kind of analysis that has to be done. You know where they are, and where's the watershed, and those that are within the watershed are the ones that could have potential problems. John Jenkins of Bonita Springs Utilities gave a presentation at the Downtown Alliance that I thought was really good, because he described the efforts that is being done by Bonita Springs to analyze concentrations of septic systems and where he thought there would be a need. He also described a process by which they regularly address piping systems, because they know the age of the pipes within the community, and they, on a regular basis, replace them. So I think it's important that we get full information about this, rather than to stir up the populace that might not be necessary. I think if there's a problem, we need to take care of it, but I don't believe we have the full story here. We're not like other communities where they have thousands of septic systems along their watersheds. That's not what's in Bonita Springs, as far as I know, and we've had this conversation. So I would like to have a fuller discussion of this, and to have a clear understanding given to the people about potential problems. That's all I have to say, but I'm voting in favor of it. There are some places where I think there probably should open up for conversions, but it doesn't mean we have to convert every septic system, because if they're not in the watershed and they're a functioning system, and that's the way the people want to have it in their homes, I think it's okay with me.
Okay, I happened to be at that meeting with the Downtown Alliance also, and I was a little impressed when he said the water company is worth about $300 million. What a job. $300 million. You got all these thousands of people getting best drinking water in Florida. And it's ours, it's owned by the meter, the people that own the meters own the company. So we're gonna work with them. Do we need a vote on this?
I think we have clear direction.
Okay, very good. Okay, now we go on to a piece of property that borders Island Park, which is for sale by the owner. He would like the city to buy it. He's a longtime resident, lifetime resident, and his name's David Piper. He called me about this, and he would like the city to buy it. Now, Dwight asked about that walkway. Well, according to David Piper, that was quite a Herculean endeavor, since I was told that the city tried to steal their property away, and then it ended up with the lawyers, and it cost thousands of dollars, and they took a piece of property off of Lot 9 to add it to 10, so that 10 is a buildable lot, so they could give the 10 feet access to Island Park, which was part of lot number 10. So it was a lot of work, and otherwise we'd have a park that would have no access. And now we have an opportunity for the local people to have an open, I mean, that walkway is kind of dangerous looking to me. But the people, the children could go down through Island Park, over the river, all the way to Bandshell Park, all the way to Pennsylvania Avenue. They don't have to go out on 41 to get, it's a linear park, and I'm really in favor of it. I don't know where you could ever get a buildable lot on a waterfront for $150,000 in Bonita today. Prices have really gone up, and so I'm in favor of this. Do you have any other comment? We need to do a due diligence on the property, and that's what I'm asking for today, is we do a due diligence to see if we want the property.
So prior to purchasing the property, we would have to do an appraisal, a title search, all the regular due diligence that would have to be brought back to council before any agreement would be signed for purchase.
And the length
What
of
you're
time-
asking
and the
today
length
is
of
for-
time to do that, do you think, 2 months or a month?
I think we should be able to have some additional information by the next regular council meeting, which would be the second meeting in July, with an appraisal, and probably a sample of a contract
Yeah,
agreement.
my thoughts on this, Mr. Mayor, is that if you give us direction today to move forward, the appraisal's probably gonna be the slowest portion of that. And so I would look to probably have a purchase and sale agreement back before the council in 2 meetings. So not your next meeting, but your meeting in July.
July 21st.
Do we need to put this in a budget conference, or till we decide, I guess?
Well,
This is all an inquiry, right now you're at the inquiry stage. There's a listing price. I don't know that the council's agreed to that, but we would just be looking into it first, bring back all the information for you to make the decision.
I would like to speak.
Okay, yes, Amy, you're next.
Who's up?
I think I'm next.
You're number 4, Jesse.
First of all, I would like to have some clarification on the providence of the surrounding access point there from the legal side. I also would like to have staff report on the need for this and how it would be integrated with the rest of the park, the entrance to the park. And I certainly would be interested in the appraisal that has been, would be forthcoming. And until we know about whether we need it or not, I don't see how we could really proceed, but we could do this concurrently. We need to do the professional steps that we also always do.
Mike, it's your district.
Yeah, I agree with Amy. I'd like to see what the need is for it. Also, if we don't buy it, do we still keep the access to Island Park that's currently there? And, you know, what exactly would we be doing with it? I really don't want to see a parking lot there. You know, it's right next to other residential houses. I don't think that's a great spot for a parking lot. So more or less, I just want to know what we'd use it for. Is it a buildable lot? If we still have the access, can somebody else build a house there? Because I really don't see a problem with another house being there, as long as we still have the access walking. So, thanks.
Okay, Laura.
Well, I echo both Amy and Mike. And what is the need in, why would we buy when it's the highest time, when this property's been around for how many years? And so why buy when prices are high? It's gonna
Ed?
drop.
That it?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say that, you know, looking at it initially, I kind of like it. And the reason why, I had somebody call me and ask why we were thinking about doing it, so I started looking into it. And upon understanding that, you know, it gives us the ability to improve the entrance to Island Park. Additionally, I believe it's like $150,000, if I'm not wrong, which is a steal. And then additionally, you're talking, now we guarantee that somebody doesn't build a house right there. I'm not saying I'm against somebody building a house there, but if we can improve Island Park, if we can get it for $150 and then guarantee that nobody builds there, I think, you know, looking at it coldly as a business deal, I think that's a pretty damn good deal. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, anybody else?
So we're gonna follow this professional steps
Yes.
and do it.
We'll bring back some additional guidance too as to the use of the property. I believe the assumption that Mr. Piper is working from and the mayor and staff is that the concern would be if the lot is buildable and built upon, that's just the toe under the tent to someone complaining that there's a public pathway right next to their house and eventually closing it off. So we'll bring back that due diligence and a proposal for what could be used with the property.
Do we need a vote on this? No?
No, you'll take a vote, action, when it actually comes back for the purchase and sale agreement.
We have budgeting items that we can use for the due diligence portion. It's nothing significant at that, any level, elevated level, we'd bring back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to, for the zoning board, I'd like Mr. Lombardo, is he here? I'd like to nominate him
There is no.
for the zoning board.
Excuse me, point of order. Do we have any nominations? Is this how we do this?
C first and then D, no?
No, but there are no nominations, are there?
Yes, there are.
We just look at the applications.
There's two applicants, and I nominate,
For boards, when we have.
we're gonna get the vote on this.
Yes,
but-
we get the vote. That's, I'm asking
Right.
what the procedure is, please
So
clarify.
procedurally, under our rules, the mayor nominates and the council confirms. But when we have issues of there are more than one person applying for one position, then we will do it through the ballots.
Do we have ballots?
We have ballots. So as long as we're confirming that there's more than one person interested in the position, then I would go through the ballots and Debbie can tally and then we can move approval of the.
We also have the same two people on both applications.
We have three on.
Right, so there is also the possibility that if the council wishes to take action to appoint one to one board and appoint the other to another board, that's always a possibility. You may actually wish to talk to the two applicants to see what their preferences are, since they both put in for both.
I spoke with both the applicants, with Benson and Lombardo, and the zoning for Lombardo and the Bensons for the LPA, because they both have a tremendous experience, and I talked to them on the phone, and I told them the pay is great, and so do you have anything to say, sir?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Bob Lombardo, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be considered for the vacancy on the zoning board. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, sir.
And I know Bob from being the president of the Rotary at 7 a.m.
Question?
Okay, Jesse, you're next on the speakers.
No, I've already spoke. I'm good.
Amy?
Yeah, I think we have good candidates. I would propose just the reverse. I'm interested, if we're going to do this, I would like Gerald Benson to be on the zoning board and Robert Lombardo to be on the LPA.
Well, we're voting on,
Correct.
we're voting on the zoning board first.
But you.
Yeah,
the balance.
the issue that's complicated on the zoning board is we actually have 3 candidates.
Correct.
If it was just the 2, then I think this would be an easy vote, but since we've got 3, we should go ahead and pick from the zoning board.
That's why I wanted to vote. So, but he already gave his order. I want to give my order, you know.
Yes. So we got, you all have your ballots
Let's vote.
Yes.
and vote.
Yes, sir.
LPA first.
Now remember which
No, we're zoning first.
Doing it your way. Just sign it first.
Thank you. Okay, and now we go, while they're counting the votes, we can go on to the next one. We have the same 2 candidates.
Well, we have to
We
see.
we
who-
should wait for the result.
Yeah, we should wait for,
Wait for the result.
Yeah, okay, we have to wait till they get the votes.
unfortunately, we can't appoint 1 member to both boards.
Just have to tell Arlene.
Gerald Benson received 4 votes and Robert Lombardo 3.
So Gerald.
What was that again, Debbie? I'm sorry.
So Gerald will be on zoning. And then Mr. Lombardo will be on LPA.
Well, we have to vote.
Well,
We don't have
Oh,
a
yeah,
choice
'cause,
now.
yeah, it's just,
We can't-
you know, yeah, all right.
Do we have to go through it or no?
If you would like to approve, make 1 motion, if someone would like to
Do
make
both.
1 motion to approve the confirm the vote on the first and to appoint Mr. Lombardo to the local planning agency, we could do that.
Yep.
Second.
Make life easier.
I'm confused again now. Who won that? Who's on the zoning?
Mr. Benson.
Okay,
Lombardo won, but.
And Mr. Lombardo on LPA.
I guess we got Lombardo on the other one then. You can't be on 2?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
That was the vote for the zoning board, the motion?
Can we just do it, can you do a roll call on the motion that was seconded?
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Caramba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Very much.
Thank you.
First reading,
Okay, the next item is a first reading of an ordinance of the City of Bonita Springs, Florida, amending the Bonita Springs Land Development Code, Chapter 7, Environment, Natural Resources, and Marine Facilities, Structures and Equipment, Article 12, Dock and Shoreline Structures, providing for conflicts of law, severability, codification, scrivener's errors, and modifications that may arise from consideration of public hearing and an effective date. Mr. Mayor, this is only a first reading.
can we move it along?
Second.
Any comments? Roll call, please.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Caramba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank
number
you, John.
14,
This is a second reading and a public hearing on an ordinance of the City of Bonita Springs, Florida, amending the Bonita Springs Land Development Code, Chapter 4 zoning to update the thresholds for development for city impact, providing for conflicts of law, severability, codification, scrivener's errors, and modifications that may arise at consideration of a public hearing and an effective date. And Ms. Genson is here to present on that before we open the public.
We get public comment on this
We will take public comments.
after, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Jacqueline Genson for the record. Before you, this presentation, it's very brief. It includes 2 agenda items. So the first one is the developments of city impact. This was presented to the local planning agency. They did find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. Essentially, the first change is for developments of city impact, that is a code section where there are thresholds for certain uses that require plan development and rezoning approval. The use we want to change today is for non-commercial schools. And the reason being is we feel there are proper protections already in place in the Land Development Code for this type of use. In most cases, this use is only allowed by a special exception approval, and in some cases, depending on the size of the student capacity, it is required only by by plan development rezoning. So again, the protections are in place for the public through the special exception review process, so that is the first change. The second change is for healthcare facilities. So in 2017, we updated the use activity groups for healthcare facilities, and when that change happened, we added a healthcare facility use, which upped the numbering of the use activity groups, and that change was not addressed in 2017 in this same section of the code. So that is the second change before you. With that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any other comments on it?
No? Is there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none?
Roll call, please.
Motion to approve.
Motion. Second.
Motion to approve, yeah, second.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Aye.
Okay, and the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance of the City of Bonita Springs, amending the Bonita Springs Land Development Code, Chapter 4 zoning, to amend Section 4-898 permitted uses within the Bonita Beach Road Corridor Overlay District, Section 4-868 uses for the downtown form-based code, and Article 6, Division 26, parking, providing for conflicts of law, severability, codification, scrivener's errors, and modifications that may arise for consideration of public hearing and an effective date.
So again, this is another ordinance amending Chapter 4. The reason why this ordinance is bifurcated separately is because there's different advertising requirements when we go ahead and change the list of permitted uses in a zoning district. The first change is our form-based code. What we went ahead and did is we modified where places of worship are permitted. So that's the first change. And that's to more so come into compliance with what they call a RLUIPA. We don't want to face a RLUIPA challenge, which is a religious land use protection, if you will. So that change was recommended by staff to go ahead and be addressed accordingly in that use table for the transects for downtown. The second change is for the Bonita Beach Road Corridor Overlay. That overlay was approved in late 2019. It's been over a year and a half. And what we have found through pre-application meetings with the business community, also through use permits, which is an occupancy permit, we have found that we do need to make some changes. There were some uses that were omitted from the original adoption in 2019. So in that instance, we've added those uses. We've also had the opportunity to look at certain uses and go ahead and allow those either by right or by special exception or not allowed at all. So those are the bulk of the changes. And I do have those listed for you right here on this slide. So it's those specific uses where there are changes. And again, the Bonita Beach Road Corridor Overlay is divided up by zones. So you have your beach zone, commercial zone, historic zone, and your interstate zone. And the next table goes ahead and shows the other uses that we're looking to change. We also went ahead and added some additional notes to the tables that further implement those uses. So you will see changes in that instance. So for example, if we have a use that's over a certain square footage, and in this case 40,000 square feet, we wanted to require plan development zoning, which is consistent with our development of city impact section. And then we also have a change relative to a potential House bill and Senate bill that's going through right now, and we're not sure if the governor's going to sign it. But that is relative to architectural design for certain forms of development. And then with the notes, we had to reorder them. So they lined up with the order that the uses are listed. So those are the big changes for the Bonita Beach Road corridor overlay. Are there any questions on that? Yes, Mayor.
Why are you getting involved with the religious churches and regulating them? Where does that come in? Why are they specifically picked on?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think the confusion may stem from the title of the law that Jackie was citing. The Religious Land Use and Protection Act essentially states that religious institutions shall be treated no differently than, in fact, they are protected to the equivalent of their commercial components. So where it may be possible for a Lions Club or the Fraternal Order of Eagles or some group to have an organization within a certain zoning classification, religious institutions should be afforded the same protections that they are. So the provisions that are being provided for are actually to protect religious uses, not to restrict them.
Correct. This amendment will allow them in more transects. So it's actually a positive thing for those.
Expanding their use, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions on the Bonita Beach Road changes? Okay, great. The next change is relative to parking. So we have a whole division dedicated to parking. So what we did in here, and I went ahead and just kind of itemized those changes, is we have a section in here for existing parking lots that are non-conforming based on today's code. And what we're finding is there's property owners that are wanting to upgrade their facilities to meet ADA standards. And when that happens, the spaces get larger, parking has to be rearranged, and you might lose a space or two. And we didn't want property owners to have to go through a variance process to do that. We should be able to make administrative remedies within the code. So that language is created in that section. We also created language to go ahead and implement on-street parking in downtown. It's not currently addressed in our code, so we went ahead and added those regulations. We added definitions and regulations for electronic vehicles. So you'll see a series of definitions included in the chapter, and also some regulations to go ahead and implement those. I will note at the LPA meeting, we did have one board member raise some concerns that maybe those regulations would deter people from installing those types of infrastructure. We don't think that will be a challenge or a problem, just because the way the other codes read today, you're going to have landscaping requirements that are going to shield these types of infrastructure, and we have design requirements. So we really don't see it as a deterrent. There was also a comment that maybe we should mandate these parking spaces. That was not staff's intent. Again, we want to incentivize and encourage people to provide that infrastructure. So that was just some comments I wanted to go ahead and share with you from the local planning agency. The other information that we added was just some more regulations on low turnover parking lots based on input from our engineering group. We wanted to add more flexibility and incentives to utilize the joint use of parking lot section in our code. And then we also added some language about our ability to go ahead and assign a parking rate when it's not specifically identified in our code. And then the other change that we made is we actually created criteria for applicants to submit what we call a parking needs analysis. And what that is geared for is a single entity or single user, mostly our retail centers, where they might have differing parking demands or a very unique use that doesn't typically register or need to provide the amount of parking that our code would require. So there's actually a process outlined in the code where you have to set up a meeting, you have a methodology set, you provide the data, there's a remedy plan in case it doesn't work. So it really provides a foundation for us to go ahead and provide an alternate needs of analysis to incentivize that type of option instead of someone having to go ahead and apply for a variance. Again, we want to, go ahead and require parking where it makes sense and it's necessary, and not require someone to put up parking just because the code requires it. So that's really the bulk of the changes. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, I didn't clear my speaker list. Anybody want to speak?
This is a
Okay,
public
what do we
hearing?
need?
Is there any member of the public would like to speak on this item?
Okay,
No?
call.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Roll call, please, Debbie.
Councilman Gibson,
Aye.
Councilman Forbes,
Aye.
Councilwoman Crumba,
Aye.
Councilman Purdon,
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr,
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier,
Aye.
Councilman Corey.
Aye.
Okay, back to the city attorney.
It's my time to shine, but I'm going to punt. Mr. Mayor and Council, what I got before you today is we did receive, since our last meeting, an additional letter of interest regarding the Bamboo Imperial Crossing site. This one from Barron Collier Companies. My recommendation is, as it has been with the other proposals we've seen, is to set this essentially on the table until you've had an opportunity to have your workshop and give consideration for what the council's goals are for the property, and then to weigh it with the remaining options. Thank you.
Is there anybody here from Collier, Benson Collier? Yes, sir. Could you come forward and give your comments about the situation?
Mr. Mayor, they're planning to give a presentation at the workshop immediately following that.
Yeah, well, he's on the schedule. He's on the agenda. Is he gonna be able to make it? I know he's gonna be, yes, sir.
Morning, sir. My name is Nick Castlin. We're the Barron Collier Companies, and we've spoken to your city manager and city attorney. We're perfectly comfortable waiting to your workshop, and we'll be happy to present then.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, city manager's items.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just as a reminder, our July 7th meeting will be our first budget workshop. If there is any essential item that we do need action on, we'll place it at the very beginning to move forward, but we're trying to keep that completely focused on our budget. We did want to advise you that myself and Matt will be attending a meeting with Representative Adam Botana tomorrow with members of the South Florida Water Management District staff, as well as Lee County staff, to talk about some preventative flooding measures. Anything we talk about, we'll bring back to you in a report. And additionally, I was given some very exciting information last night. Our Little League team of the 9, 10, and 11-year-olds are now the district champs. Cape Coral on our home field. They are moving on to sectionals. We're also looking for the advancement of our, there's another group that's still moving up in districts, so a couple more games to come, but we'll continue to follow them and let you know the results. And they did want to pass on to Mayor and Council how appreciative they were of the fields and the compliments they received from the Cape Coral families as well.
Very good, thank you.
Cool. When's the next game?
Yeah, I want to go. We'll find out from Anthony Perfetto and send it out. And we're also going to share their pictures and championship information on our social media.
Okay, mayor and council members report. So Amy, you got a report for us?
Well, I have a few items, and I'm sorry that it's kind of long, but typically when I prepare this, I look at our last meeting, and I look at what I've done in between, and unfortunately, I've done a lot of things, so I'll try to use the executive summary. And Arlene, did you bring the yearbooks?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, we'll get this in the future, but let me just, I'll explain why I asked that question. One of the things that I did was attend the Blue Zones Steering Committee meeting, in which I can provide this specific information to all the council people, but we are participating in the Blue Zones project for health and wellness, and they're taking over the survey that had been done by Gallup, where they get individuals to go on a website and give information about their health and wellness, and they accumulate the data on a community basis, and they're asking everybody to participate in something called Real Age. And if you just Google Real Age, and we can provide that for anyone that's interested, each community they're trying to get a proper number of people who participate in this so they can have realistic comparisons from one year to the other. Bonita Springs needs 85 more people to do this. Estero, for example, needs 235, and they've been doing this since 2019. And the point is to try to make us all happier and healthier. So if you want to participate in that, we can provide that information. While I was the reason why I'm bringing this up and gave you this preliminary discussion is that while I was there, they pointed out a project that advanced the Blue Zone philosophy that was done by Bonita Charter School. And they provided in their yearbook, every year these schools have their yearbook where they put the pictures of the kids, and they took on the Blue Zones project, and they have 9, it's called the Power of 9. So each class took out one scheme, like, for example, eat more fruits and vegetables, take 10,000 steps, be close to your family. That's 3 of the 9. And they featured our school at this meeting that was attended by people from Bonita Springs up until, Lee County. I was so proud to be there. And in fact, our manager's 2 children go to the school, and she has a yearbook. She was supposed to bring it today, and I wanted to share that. But hopefully she'll share it the next time, because I was so pleased to be a part of that. And we have a lot of things to be thankful for in Bonita Springs, and that's just one of them. And if you had seen this yearbook, and to think that these children would be cognizant of trying to make things better in their community, I was really touched. So I wanted to share that with the community. And I sent a thank you note and everything, but I really want to share the yearbook. The next thing I did was I attended a Veterans Committee meeting, and they're just going to progress their interest in perhaps naming the bridge along the Imperial River to Veterans Memorial Bridge, something like that. And we're going to work with staff, hopefully for the Veterans Day. And they have a long-term project to put Purple Heart monument where we used to have the 9/11 monument next to the last hotel, but they're working on that. And they also want to have more recognition of all the wonderful things that Bonita does for veterans and our traditions and things. And again, the staff is working with them to get better communication for the kind of the traditions that we do. So those are 3 things they're working on. I also, along with other people, I don't want to take other, I'm on the Art and Public Places Board. I just had a lot to do this time for the last couple of weeks, but I attended the dedication of a sculpture by Dale Rogers that was put in front of the Bonita Middle School for the Arts. And in fact, I didn't realize until I went to this presentation that through the generosity of the chairman of the Art and Public Places Board, Nigel Fullock. So we're very happy to have this sculpture there and to have someone generously donate it to the school. And I'm sorry. And at the Art and Public Places Committee, we also discussed some potential sculptures where Matt Feeney, we're integrating with the work that Matt Feeney has done for a bus stop on Palm Avenue, possibly there's a bus stop facility there, and we're going to put sort of like a little pocket park, and of course Art and Public.
Did you say pocket fart?
Pocket part, park. I'm sorry, pocket park, and there's an empty space there. So of course this is what the committee does. They say, oh, an empty space, let's put a sculpture there. So I'm being a little facetious here, but actually we're looking at perhaps putting something there. So that was pretty exciting. And I don't know when you were coming in here, but you see the sculpture, the secret bench with the figures right there. Well, that has been moved from the downtown area. That's when they were doing the construction along 041. So the committee is looking to replace it somewhere back in the downtown area. So that's under discussion. So you'll see that. It's probably going to be near the clock, somewhere there. We're going to pick up a place there. And I think that's it.
Very good. Jesse?
Yes.
You have something for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be quick. Water update from the federal side. Just so everyone knows, Iteration 2 did come out last week. From the federal side, we've looked at that, and I'd say that we're cautiously optimistic in regards to some of the models that they're now evaluating. There is going to be on Thursday, there'll be another meeting where Army Corps will kind of highlight the initial results. And from that point, from a federal side, what we're going to do is wait until that presentation's over. We're going to let everybody else put in their feedback, and then based on the totality of that information, then we'll opine before Iteration 3 and then before 4, which is adoption. But it seems as if we're moving on a good trajectory, and we're probably going to stay in the same CC model that we did initially. I would just say, yeah, I think we're making good strides. I think it's a good step. So I will keep you guys abreast as that moves forward. That meeting is going to be Thursday. We met with Colonel Kelly from the Army Corps of Engineers last week, had dinner with him, and we had some very good talks with him and the staff and the modelers on the importance of them ensuring that we have equity in regards to the releases. So it seems that they really truly have heard the message. So I'm optimistic for the first time in a long time moving forward on the LOSUM schedule. And then I just wanted to say that I'm very excited that we have so much excitement about bamboo. Charlie, I appreciate your disclosure in the beginning, saying that that I do appreciate that. I've met with pretty much everybody who's going to be presenting. I'm just really excited that we're finally here. Patience has really gotten us far. Now we're going to have 5 excellent presentations, and we're going to finally get to actually sit down and figure out what the next best steps are for really and truly the last piece that we need as a city, which is actually a functional downtown. So I'm very excited and going to be listening with open ears to all the presenters, and I really appreciate all the hard work and all of the public comment and thought process we've had on this. It hasn't fallen on deaf ears. We've had, I can't even tell you how many emails, phone calls about this stuff. So I'm just really excited to see that this is going to be hopefully getting on the track of moving today. So thank you all very much for your participation in that.
Thank you, Jesse. Laura, do you have something for us today?
I'm just thankful for our lovely city. I've been kind of following Amy around, so I love it when she just goes first. But you didn't mention, not only did Nigel donate our wonderful guitar statue from Del Rogers, he looked very dapper.
He did.
And we also were at the post-session lunch where Senator Kathleen Pasadomo reiterated that she is definitely working with the governor to get us that money that he vetoed. So that was encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, Fred, you want to start us off?
Sure. I got appointed by the Florida League of Cities to be on what's called a fast fly-in committee, and what that is if the federal government is considering a bill that we're really in favor of that benefits all the cities, we may go in and lobby them to pass it. If they're doing something that is detrimental to the cities, which can sometimes happen, and we're supposed to go in and lobby the other way. The other thing, I was at a Florida League of Cities board meeting about 2 weeks ago, and it is important for everybody to know that one of their big accomplishments, this is the Florida League of Cities and the National League of Cities. They're taking a lot of the credit for getting the cities included in getting other, the grants monies and all that are coming down. And had that not happened, it would have either probably gone to the county level and they divvy it up and all that. But that's something that they've worked hard on. Only other thing I would say is that I'm excited, like everybody else. We've got some honest to goodness real proposals, and I'm looking forward to the workshop.
Thank you, Fred. Keep up the good work. Mike, you have anything for us tonight?
Just bring on the workshop.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Jesse's comments and everybody else's about the workshop. I would like to ask that we grant an exception to the normal process of not videoing the workshops. And there's such an interest in what's going on downtown that I'd like to just go ahead and televise or stream it or whatever, so more people.
Second, if it has to be voted on.
Yeah, so that's just a request.
Okay, was that request honored?
Yeah.
There's a motion, a second, I think.
Yeah, if there's consensus, it's all ready to go. As a practical matter, it's never been We have
think it's
not
a good
made that
idea.
decision at the staff
It's
level.
really important.
Oh, yes, I agree with videoing for people that can't make it in here today. I'd like to thank the Veterans Committee for the Memorial Day presentation. It was fantastic. Went bell to bell. It was 1 hour right on the money. It was just perfect. The aisle of flags, it was just a wonderful. The city is open again. It was so nice to see people in our park. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Department. Lieutenant, I think, is here, or was here. There he is, all the way in the back, protecting all of us. There was quite a mob on Sunday on the Bonita Beach, and they were parking everywhere, construction sites and everything else. But Memorial Day, the sheriff came through, and it was a perfect, safe, beautiful holiday, and I'd like to thank them personally. Tree Advisory Board, we met, and we're gonna keep the same budget as we had in the past couple of years, but the last couple of years don't represent a true, with the COVID and everything else, we're just gonna keep the same budget. We haven't spent most of it, but we might have an opportunity in the future to, it's your taxpayers' money, and we want to get it back out to you in a frugal way. So that's all I have. Can we move on to a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Councilman Forbes?
Aye.
Councilwoman Corumba?
Aye.
Councilman Purdon?
Aye.
Councilwoman Carr?
Aye.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Aye.
Councilman Corey?
Aye.
Councilman Gibson?
Aye.
Okay, now we get a chance for the public to tell us what you want, what you need. We're here working for you. Okay.
I will be real brief. Thank you, Chris, and all of you for agreeing to live stream the workshop, because I assumed, and we all know what happens when you assume that it was going to happen, and I actually put out a notice on Nextdoor, so there may have been hundreds or thousands of people who would have been tuning in to watch. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's pretty risky.
For the record, John Pano, local resident and business owner, and I just wanted to say thank you for your work on the river, Jesse, particularly, and on our water quality and how important it is, not just for our own health, but for our economy and for our environment. It is the basis for why most of us are here. And the river is so important to this city. I don't think people realize how detrimental freshwater releases can be to not just the coast, but to the Estero Bay in particular. Huge amounts of freshwater releases into Estero Bay kills the grass beds. And right now we're seeing a record number of manatees deaths from starvation because there isn't grass out there for them. So, Jesse, thank you very much.
Absolutely. I'll send you the pictures also I sent to council yesterday. We have, out in Estero Bay, I had a number of pictures of what appears to be, I don't want to call it blue-green algae, but patches of algae out on the water that I was out with the water steward yesterday, but I'll send those to you so you can see.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
We're out of here. I mean, no, we'll be right back for the workshop. Thank you. At this time, we have public comments. Is that right?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Barbara Ogle, for the record. I'm one of the members of the Bonita Citizens Group. But I'm here today. We had sent you several emails and comments that had been made by citizens of Bonita Springs. One of them came in later and couldn't be included, and the young man asked me to read it at today's meeting, so it's on the record. This is from a gentleman named Carson Young. My name is Carson Young, and I was born and raised in Bonita Springs, Florida. Having lived near the historic district for nearly the entirety of my 24 years, I've seen the area go through several changes and some fairly significant changes. This considered, I would argue that none of these changes would alter the feel of historic Bonita as much as the proposed commercialization of Bamboo Village. The historic district, including Bamboo Village, is an iconic part of our city, serving as the area that sets the tone for the culture of Bonita Springs as a whole. To me, it is vital that this area functions as a public space that is available to serve everybody, not just the few that can afford a new condominium or apartment. There is a great opportunity to let the historic district function as a public gathering space that not only drives future commercial ventures, but also provides an area for our community and tourists to appreciate the city's natural beauty in a common space. I look forward to Bamboo Village becoming a place where the social, economic, and environmental health of the city are furthered, and think it would be a shame if the area is designed to accommodate more apartments or condos, especially when we have 20,000 units of housing within 2 miles of the historic district already. I urge the council members to keep in mind the needs of the public as a whole and to thoughtfully weigh those needs against desires of a development group. As an aside, I find it unfortunate that today's workshop is being held in the middle of a workday, creating a situation where young, employed individuals such as myself cannot attend. Thanks, Carson Young. Thank you.
Thank you. John Pino.
Honorable Mayor, Council, for the record, my name is John Pano with CGT Kayaks, and I'm a local resident here in Bonita Springs. And I just want to bring up a couple of things. One, as you've heard about the residents, we have enough residential in Old Downtown, and Bamboo Park is the pinnacle of our downtown property. It is and was a major destination at one time, and it was what made Bonita Springs. One of the things that have been suggested is malls, and malls are a dying breed now. And if you look at the trends, all the malls are reinventing themselves by attaching themselves to attractions. So just want to keep that in mind if you are considering that kind of development down there. I'm going to give you some statistics. In 2019, these are from Visit Florida, 133 million visitors to Florida. 65% participate in cultural attractions. 65%. Number one overall destinations nationally was Florida. $6.6 billion generated annually from these people. 111 and 509 jobs created, and $501 million generated annually in taxes. I would implore and beg you guys to consider a museum, an attraction, a Seminole Village, an assortment of other options for the Bonita property other than residential housing and a mall. There are so many things out there happening right now. We have such opportunities. Moat Marine has a lab that draws thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people every year. We could use an experimental research lab right there on the river. Jesse has been working so hard with the water. The Imperial River is one of the few gems we actually really have, and we have the ability to keep it clean and take care of it. When people would come to an attraction, they don't just come for the attraction. They usually spend the night. They have breakfast, they have dinner, they have their lunch there. They buy souvenirs, they buy gas. They spend a lot of money. So we have so much potential that we can have by having an attraction downtown or more attractions in that pinnacle spot. I urge, beg, implore you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I hate to interrupt, but Debbie, my thing says we should have had a roll call. Yeah, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Caramba?
Here.
Councilman Purdon?
Here.
Councilwoman Carr?
Here.
Mayor Steinmeier?
Here.
Councilman Corey?
Here.
Councilman Gibson?
Present.
Councilman Forbes?
Present. We'll have to
Okay.
restart. Everyone will have to come right back up and.
Yeah.
Whatever he says. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bruce Galloway. I'm a resident of Bonita Springs. I'm also a city planner. I've also been a residential land developer. So I haven't spent my life completely on.
Are you on one of
right
the
side.
boards?
Yes, I'm on the zoning board.
Okay.
Today, you will hear some interesting ideas from developers. I know you're looking forward to them. Nice drawings, nice words, but listen very carefully to what they're really saying. The RFPs that we've received to date are lowball financially. They're run-of-the-mill in design.
They were unsolicited. They were not RFPs.
Okay, proposals,
Right?
okay,
The proposals, yes.
fine. The characterization, I think, is still true.
We didn't advertise for these.
Okay, the
Came in
characterization.
on their own. Thank you.
Characterization is lowball financially and run-of-the-mill in design. One of the proposals that were received today from a large developer is a typical response. First, no land purchase, but a very long-term lease. In other words, they need a partner and they need a landlord. And second, the city is to pay for upfront public improvements through a TIF, a TIF, tax increment financing, as our tax money. In other words, the project isn't strong enough to support the risk of sinking private money into infrastructure. The developers that have shown interest in this property are telling us something, and we have to listen. The property won't support a high purchase price. It's not feasible without significant public investment and significant active government participation. In other words, it's a loser without a lot of help from us. Let's listen to their advice and think differently about Imperial Crossing Bamboo Village. Your role as representatives of our community is not to choose between a shoe store or Dollar General, but to choose the best way to build a city. A parking lot with a shopping center and apartments will not help the old 41 corridor. It's just more of the same and wastes the opportunity of a rare site. Let's create a place that attracts families, young people, locals, even tourists, with unique features and natural beauty, and shows how a town like Bonita Springs can rise to the occasion and bring a quality way of life to its citizens by preserving special places and fitting them into the future. I ask you to stop thinking about individual uses and businesses. Another Starbucks is not going to do much, neither is another Apple store. The same can be said for more apartments, no matter how attractively designed. To think this way is to waste a very valuable piece of land. The developers have said not valuable in dollars, but we say it is valuable to Bonita Springs as a special place and a special location. Let's include the whole town in our thinking. Finally, and this is very important to me, let's use a methodical approach to decision-making, not one that rushes to judgment based on a few submittals by narrow interests. Let's talk about this site with the Old 41 community, its residents, its businesses, and its visitors. Let's listen to non-business ideas as well as business ideas. Let's examine how using the land can help support surrounding uses and help knit the larger Old 41 area into a cohesive and exciting place. Listen to the developers. This is not a viable mixed-use project without huge assistance from our taxpayers. Any investment by the community should be directed to achieve something with more potential and long-term impact than the creation of the umpteenth shopping center with apartments. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Hi, my name is Sandra Gibbons. I live in Village Walk of Bonita. And I want to thank the mayor and the council members for allowing us to have this opportunity to address the Bamboo Village situation. I realize that our city councils have been working on this property for even a couple of years longer than the 16 years I've lived in Bonita, and you're probably anxious to get this resolved once and for all. I think Jesse referred to that a little bit earlier. The Barron Collier proposal is probably the most attractive of the proposals that have been presented so far, but I'd like to encourage the council to consider 2 points in particular. The first is my concern with the residential portion. We moved to Bonita in 2005 in the midst of a very hot real estate market, only slightly more active than the current real estate market is. Investors were snapping up houses like they were jelly beans, anticipating huge profits. Village Walk at that time was a brand new community, and we bought our house there. There was a 1-year moratorium established by the builder on selling properties or resales. So what happened on our street was we had 21 homes. 9 of them became investment properties, and 7 were owned by snowbirds. We moved in July. It was a little lonesome on the street, as you can imagine. Because of the fact that there were so many investment properties, we were faced with U-Haul trucks appearing particularly on Saturday night at midnight as people moved out, stiffed the owners. The owners then in turn were left with huge repair bills. In addition, deputies were making house calls on a regular basis. At one point, we had drug sales, hookers, and even a local murderer living in our wonderful community. And this was in a hot market. Things really took a dive when the real estate bubble burst and foreclosures began to abound. We had swimming pools boarded up to cover up the scum. We had broken windows. We had driveways filled with weeds. We had lights, exterior lights that were broken, and all of that added to the charm of Village Walk. And that was in a cold market. I believe a situation where properties are not owner-occupied and/or occupied only 3 to 4 months of the year would destroy the downtown area that so many city officials and previous councils have worked very hard to build up. I remember the first time my husband and I drove through downtown Bonita a couple of weeks after we moved in. This is back in 2005, and we looked at each other and said, "Oh my God, what have we done?" And I think many of you will remember the condition of the downtown area at that point. Since that time, the downtown area has shown steady improvement, beautification, and growth. Please, do not let the hard work of the past 16 years be destroyed by potentially problematic residential units. My second concern is with the 270-day exclusive moratorium for due diligence that Barron Collier Companies is requesting. We're just beginning to receive interesting proposals, so why would we want to prohibit others from presenting their ideas? I would think council and the city would benefit from keeping the process open. The more ideas, the better. Please keep them coming. There is no do-over with this property. So let's take our time, research public opinion, and do the right thing. Let's try to find a way to give the public what they want and what will bring people to the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to be very little talking and more about pictures to illustrate.
And what's your name?
My name is Marive King Newman. I'm a licensed interior designer and also a realtor, but nowadays I do it more for my own projects than I do it for the general public. But Bonita Springs is just a beautiful town that can be, so here is some, I'm just going to show 10 or 15, this too, okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
This is bringing the idea of that we can do something for the river, and we can also do for the town. I'm not opposed to development. I worked for years for Arthur Rottenberg Homes, so I understand development, and I feel very fortunate that people of the caliber and the quality of development of Barron Collier have show an interest and have put so much effort in putting a presentation together. But I think we need to kind of make a blend of what is being proposed with what the citizens want. Here is another illustration. I mean, if you're going to do something, go big, go mad, go outrageously different than all the other parks and green areas that we have. This is part of bringing the river, some water from the river into those 5 acres of land, which is not a big portion of land. Bringing some little lagoons. This one, I wish, Kyle, if you can make that image larger. So it's all about bringing in the water, the appreciation of the water, that there is no other towns around us that can do it. Can we can? Okay. I hope you can see that there is water intermixed with the sitting areas. Again, we have that valuable source of water. Not even King Louis XIV had that in Versailles. He had to. Yeah, he went to get it in order to bring it over, and to this day. And then there are big areas and a small, compressed, intimate areas that can be used. This is another way of enjoying the water and the nature that we have, the tropics that we have here. Again, smaller rooms or smaller vignettes, and then bigger areas. This is from Copenhagen, that how they did that with water, just misting the water and making it. This is another one where you pump manually in order to see the effect of what water does. Here is another example from Europe, how they created a small lagoon where the water comes into the audience and you see it from a different level. No, it should be there. Here is another one. This is something that you can create hills and big colossal images, statues that can be seen from the water, but from the park. I mean, the size of a person is just below the knee of that colossus. And here is another beautiful example of what we can do there in those 5 acres. And here is an example, of course, it would not be enclosed in, and I know that I'm running out, of what you can do to see the river without being on the river, and can be a concession. And then other areas of downtown can be as densely developed as that, because we need more residential, we need more eyes and people living in the downtown. And
That's it?
that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've seen the mermaid in Copenhagen, by the way.
Yes, she's beautiful.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We get ready.
Good morning again.
Yeah.
Zanos Grekos for the record. I've had a business or an office in Bonita since 1996. I was a physician, the only cardiologist in Bonita for probably 20 years. I've taken care of tens of thousands of Bonita residents. Retired now from cardiology, infamously, but that's all right. And I've also developed, many of you may not know that the Colonnade Medical Park across from Spanish Wells, I developed from an agricultural cow pasture to the medical complex that it is now. And the reason that I developed it is because there was a need in Bonita for medical services. When I started up, I started in a trailer in the Wynn's parking lot. I don't know where Mr. Wynn is, but thank you. To provide health care to Bonita residents. Eventually, we built out a large space. But there was a need. There was no surgical center, there were no labs, there were no x-ray facilities, so that whole medical complex development grew, and then we got Radiology Regional, that the mayor mentioned to me earlier, and some of the other medical offices, and now Coconut Point is you've got more medical than you know what to do with. So as a developer, I've also had a restaurant in Bonita. I had the Greek Gourmet. It was the second of 2 satellite restaurants that I had opened. My office currently is on Tureen Court, just north of Highland. And I'll tell you that it puts a big smile on my face to see the love on both sides of this podium for Bonita Springs. And I'm very happy, very, very happy to feel that. So that's a little bit about my background. There's a history of thought that I had to go through. That parcel was set to be developed by Mr. Antaramian back in mid-2000s, and because of the crisis and other things, that got dropped. And it was a heaviness in my heart thinking, wow, that just kind of got dropped and it's been sitting like this. But I think through divine providence, we have a second chance to reevaluate what to do with that piece of land, and it's truly, truly a gem. It's an asset. It's an unpolished diamond, and I would encourage the city and the city council to look at polishing that jewel itself first, and look at the proposals from a business standpoint as a backup, because I think there's a lot of talent, again, on both sides of this podium, that can turn that parcel, that piece of land, into the diamond that it is, that would be such a legacy, not only for generations to come in Bonita, but also the ripple effect that would enhance all of Bonita Springs, whether it's businesses or residential. So as a developer in Bonita, that is not a parcel that I would want to develop, because I think I would be doing damage to the rest of the community, but it does need to be enhanced. So I would encourage City Council maybe to put together a working group that was well balanced, that could come up with a park proposal and an attraction, plus or minus. I would work with Wonder Gardens because they do such a wonderful job, and maybe put a little something of Wonder Gardens out there to draw people in. To make it a regional, if not an international destination. We just saw some beautiful pictures from all around the world as to what parks can look at. I've done some traveling with my kids, and one of the places that we always pick is a nice park to have a picnic and read some books, regardless of which city that we're in, and I would love for Bonita to have that. We don't really have it right now. The Bandshell Park really doesn't lend itself to that. The other thing that I see is that by straddling the river, we would now be able to see redevelopment go north of the river all the way up to Terry Street and beyond, where we have a lot of empty lots and closed businesses. So I think that that's all I have to say for now. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
For the record, Jim Weeks, you guys all know me, Weeks Fish Camp and Bonita Springs Historical Society. I appreciate all your support, mayor, council members in the past and stuff like that. And here you go again. You got another piece of property, you've got to consider what to do with it. I know from what your judgment has been in the past, you would do what's best. But my opinion on the outside looking in is that we need to consider the businesses that's off of 041 corridor. Consider what they think should be done with that as well. And then the community use. I'd love to see, like the old mayor used to say, win-win situation. If we can share somewhat with the community and have somewhat with the businesses and keep growing the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Good morning again, Mayor, council members. For the record, Dwight Essman, Paradise Road area. You all got a copy of this, so this is mainly for the online audience. I'm speaking only for myself today, not as a member of any group. I don't really remember much about the other 3 proposals for the Bamboo Village property, or the BVP as we call it, but clearly Baron Collier's proposal seems more attractive. It includes several items that you have said you wanted. In their letter, they mention long-term lease, but not how long. They mention percentage of revenue, but they don't say what percentage of what revenue. Their renderings show from 100 to 137 residential units. depending on the height of the building, but they don't say whether they're condos or apartments. But today, Barron Collier can answer all those questions. They also ask for that 270-day exclusive period, and that they would be happy to make themselves available to all of you. But if you allow this, then their people will have the right to talk to you and city staff for 9 months, and no other company can, the way I understand it. Don't you think that gives Barron Collier an unfair advantage over other companies and could prevent new, innovative proposals from coming forward? What company's going to spend time and money working on an offer when they know that Barron Collier is crafting one based upon your input? All of you talk about wanting the public to be involved in city affairs, so let's give them the opportunity. Please take the time to find out what the public wants and what they don't want. Several of you have said that we need a new request for proposal, an RFP, and that will make it fair for everyone. Your time and staff time is being wasted on these unsolicited offers that don't meet expectations. Once we know what we want on that property, we can be very specific about what we want to see in the proposals. Maybe some nonprofits will come forward with ideas that'll create a destination for residents and tourists alike. I hope this workshop is a good first step. Holding it on a weekday morning with almost no notice is really not fair to the citizens and particularly the working public. One thing most people seem to agree on is what we don't need is residential units on this particular riverfront property. The Stall, Terry Street assemblage, and the Longitude and other vacant land on and around Old 41 will have residential units. If there's a demand, developers will build it. But I don't think they're going to develop attractions or parks or parking. But we can have that on the BVP if we insist on it. Now, everyone says think outside the box, but I'm going to say for a moment,
Not everybody.
think inside the box. Take that box that is the perimeter of the BVP and say, what if we cut it up? I think someone suggested we have 3 small parcels on each side. If we sold 6 parcels for $500,000 each, we generate $3 million in order to do things on the rest of the property that will benefit the public. I originally suggested a hotel on the north side and a restaurant or 2 on the south side with a carousel, Ferris wheel, and arcade games with parkland and parking. Now I'm concerned that a hotel might not be financially feasible if a big hotel is built on the dog track property. My point is there are other ideas out there that don't include a mix of residential units. Ideas that will be unique to Bonita, ideas that will draw people from all around to come downtown and spend time. Bandshell Park is great for bringing people together for large events. But we can figure out a way to make the BVP the place where people come all the time to have fun and enjoy the river. So let's actually talk to each other about ideas. Let's have a dialogue and not just make comments. I'm literally begging you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments? Before you get up there, go ahead, you can come on up. I have a quick comment that this is a republic, not a democracy, where the representatives make the decisions, not 300 people have all different ideas. And when he says everybody, you can't say everybody. And we're up here, we have the responsibility to try to make it a decision. We've talked this thing the previous mayor put this out. It was doing fine before we started deciding what to do with it. Now we've got a big turmoil trying to figure out what to do with it. But that's just my comment. We're not a democracy. We're a representative democracy. So you can't, and the reason the democracy didn't work is because you'd have mob rule, is what we have here now. We have 50 different opinions as to what we can build there, where it makes it even more difficult for us to make a decision. But I had to bloviate. Sir, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. My name is Stan Lubowicki. I've been a on and off resident of Bonita Springs since I was 12 years old, so I've seen some changes. And what I would like for council, mayor, even developers, to consider is, imagine 20 years, 50 years from today, looking back at today, trying to explain to your children and grandchildren that, well, in 2021, we had the opportunity to do something with this property of a greater nature, but instead we went for condos and concrete instead. And that's why we have to look at this for the next 100 years. I would like you to consider a place far, far away from here, but most of you have been there, is New York City. Imagine a referendum where the politicos got together and said, let's develop Central Park. We don't need that. And we pave it over, and condos and concrete and skyscrapers and retail and all that. Do you think the public would buy that? I don't think so. And I don't think the people of Bonita Springs will buy what the developers have to offer, given the opportunity to create something much greater. This is a very, very limited slice of the Bonita Springs population, which is somewhere around 50,000. Where are they? How come nobody, where are they? They haven't been informed. People need to be informed. The property has been sitting idle for a long time. What I suggest is give it a year to get this sorted out, to inform the people, to get feedback from the people, what the people want more so than what the developers want. Developing, it's going to continue on, I understand that, but that's not the property to do it. There's plenty of other properties where you can do this. It's a very special property, and you have a very special opportunity that comes once, and then it's gone forever. I urge you to think forward, looking back. It's an opportunity. Don't blow it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Anybody else with public comment?
Not seeing any additional, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna take a moment not to introduce our meeting facilitator at this time. I'll wait till after the presentations, but the format going forward, we've asked the citizens group that's been involved to make a presentation, as well as all the proposals that the city has received to date in the order that they were received, to give 10-minute presentations on the proposal, at which time we will close the involvement from the public and the developers, and ask that you work together to come up with the RFP criteria, or just the process going forward that you've asked for and we've been working towards for a couple of years now.
Will there be any opportunity to interact with the?
That's a discussion point for the council to make, if you would like. I mean, the idea of the workshop was obviously to give you a starting point which to go, not necessarily to get deep into each project. If you add up all the time, not just the public comment, but of each of the presenters, that's another hour before you really get into the meat of the matter. So I'll leave that to the council to decide.
Well, if that's the case, then I suggest that we have an agreement among the council that there are no questions that are posed and no interaction with anybody. We'll just do it sequentially and give them 10 minutes, and that'll be over. That's my
Okay.
proposal.
I've got a question. What is this facilitator supposed to do? We got five presentations. What's he supposed to do?
The facilitator is not here to serve for the developers. The facilitator is to help you, as a council, work through your various priorities individually.
After we get the presentations, is that?
Yes, after the presentations.
And the presenters are gonna still be here?
They can, it's, all meetings are public, so the presenters can be here, but as Councilwoman Carumba pointed out, if the council doesn't want to have any interaction with developers and just proceed to working through your own vision for the project, that was the anticipated goal of this workshop.
Fred?
I'm a little troubled with one part. I think, especially with one proposal, there's a lot of questions, misinformation. I don't see how we can avoid needing to ask some of the developers questions about the proposal, because it's not what you can see, it's the things that we don't know for sure. So that's just my thought. I think we have to.
Just for clarity on that, unless I misunderstood, we're going to be able to do that after. I think it's, we sit the 10 minutes, and then, I know I'm going to be writing down questions.
That is the question we're trying to, do you want to ask questions of each presenter?
Yes, yeah.
Or do you want to get through the presentations and have the discussion of yourselves of what your vision for the property is?
The latter.
We have the ability to ask the developer question that.
That is what we're
We
trying
need
to
to ask the
decide right now.
developer
This is
questions.
the reason for
We
why
can't
we
do
need a
it without asking
facilitator on the big questions.
Yeah.
Because we
They
can't
stay
get
or
to the
they
little
leave.
ones.
And that's
They have to
their-
stay, because we're going to have to ask them questions. There's no way we can, yeah.
That should happen during the first part. Yeah.
Look, if you get into a back and forth with each of the developers and then have discussions amongst yourselves and then a back and forth with the developers on additional questions that come up in your discussions, you could be here all day and never get to the process that you've been trying to work out. Is it going to be a park? Is it going to be an RFP? Is it going to be a public-private partnership? Is it going to be this element? Is it going to be that element? At a workshop, you're not making any decision at the end. At the end of the proposal, the motions that were made to bring it to this workshop and the discussions that led to it were to develop criteria for an RFP. If at the end of this, you've come up with that criteria for an RFP, and it mirrors one or more of the proposals here, or is close enough that they get the message of what to mirror and to come back, maybe you don't need to go into an RFP, but you're not making those final decisions today anyway. You're going to be carrying this forward to future meetings. So I obviously see that there is a value in asking the developers questions and getting insights from their perspective on what the property is and what its potential is. But at the same time, you could get bogged down into details and never get to what your goal is. So maybe.
I have a problem with Charlie Slater. He's not a developer. How is he on here?
He's submitted a proposal. It may not be a traditional proposal, but it is a proposal for the city to do something different with the property.
I say we move on, get going with the 10-minute
We
presentation.
just let them make their presentations, no questions, and
That sounds like a
give us
motion.
your best shot, and then I guess afterwards, then the facilitator might decide who we can ask questions
Well,
to or something.
he'll work, here's what I would recommend. If after the presentations and after you work with the facilitator to come up with some of the key concepts you're working on, if at that time you feel you have questions for the developer, work through with the facilitator, decide how you want to ask those questions, rather than committing to anything at this point.
Okay, can we cut these presentations to 7 minutes?
No.
No. Make it 20 minutes then, okay. Charlie, come up here and give us your spew.
Thank you. I'll try not to spew too loud. Can someone turn this on? Thank you, Kyle. First off, Charlie Strader, been here with the Aramean, many of you know. For the record, Charlie Strader, longtime resident. I can't see that far. It is Strader. There you go.
Can we start the time?
Start the time over?
I'll start talking. The presentation is to provide justification. So the presentation is to provide justification, funding options, and design components for public use of the Old Bonita Village property. An appendix is provided for resources to back up the presentation. Yes. Before what comes who? Who should benefit from the property? Private developers, current and future residents, visitors, or tourists? Residential or commercial development will section off areas from the general public and restrict parking. I could find no other growing city in recent times that has sold off similar public green space in the heart of its historic downtown for private commercial development. The riverfront parcels were at the center of our early growth as a tourist and winter destination. Historically, tourism helped fuel our economy. Is it still a viable option? Fate. A turn of the economy prevented 102 condos and commercial from being currently occupying the property. What if the same happens to us as with the Newport Richie's Main Street Landing, a failed mixed-use development, which our previous Imperial Landing, now Imperial Crossing, development was modeled after? It cost the city of Newport Richie additional millions to further subsidize the development, which took over 15 years to complete. Which is riskier, long-term, public use or commercial? So far, the city and the community have not been presented with much beyond conventional mixed-use developments. We have only been mostly reactive and not proactive in seeking options for attractions and public use. I understand the path of least resistance, as it may be more complicated to create a public use space than just sell the property off, but easy is not always best. If we do not think outside the box, we will just get the box. We are a growing city and therefore should not need to keep subsidizing private developers. A commercial development may look nice when they show off the concept art, but years later, a city may be stuck with empty shops and neglected buildings. Public attractions and parks are not as subject to such swings in the economy and social swings. With the commitment for public use or a public attraction, potential developers along Old 41 will be relieved to hear that they will not have the city subsidized competition from the prime location and may speed up their plans. In modern urban planning, municipalities create public spaces using placemaking to drive nearby development. A local example is the New Baker Park on the Gordon River. It was built with both public and private funding. Many believe that a public gathering place and or tourist attraction at Bamboo Village as a destination anchor will serve as a downtown amenity and catalyst. Oh, we could spend all day on that one, couldn't we? As the mayor said, there's been lots proposed. The central issue is the city is not committed yet to public or private use. Engaging the community early provides a sense of ownership and ensures public spaces meet community needs. Fostering strong community-level participation is critical for equitable and inclusive development. Public spaces can improve nearby property values. Studies show that parks can actually bring in more tax revenue over time than is needed to offset the cost of developing them. Many would agree that the city's investment in Riverside Park and the Wonder Gardens has brought a good return on investment in several aspects. Why not enhance our existing downtown parking concepts? And sorry, that's cut off from my Mac to Microsoft. They don't like each other. In economic development strategy, urban spaces are used for placemaking. Most important is local input and good design to make a gathering place more engaging. Centering residents as the decision makers is critical to the equation. Uniqueness is key to attracting people downtown. Condos and commercial are common. The success of our downtown events in the Wonder Garden shows us that downtown can be a place where people come to visit from around the world. Let's amplify this potential. One possible vision for the public use includes creating a gathering place featuring one of our greatest assets, the Imperial River. A place featuring our local environments that is inviting and educational. A destination that is innovative could bring national attention and attract tourists. Amenities and attractions can be incorporated in phases. Other possible components include, and as a note, regarding water and educational research has been pointed out, there's possible partners that of FGCU, Moat Marine, Southwest Florida Water Management District to help the city expand on that. And of course, we know botanical gardens could be both for enjoyment and environmental education. Environmentally, aesthetically, and flood-wise, the first thing to do would be to remove the concrete seawall and create a more natural bank. Multiple small stages will allow for a greater variety of entertainment and gathering options, plus expand our event capabilities at Riverside Park. Hopefully you can read the slides later. Variety is the spice of life and will entice people to return to the same location. Next are possible funding sources to enhance the property for public use and create another valuable asset for our city. Blending different funding sources can help bridge capital funding gaps. I will speed through the funding part, as you can review that later. Like investing in a home, investing now would provide benefits to our current residents and create a long-term financial, environmental, and social asset. Plus, interest rates are at an all-time low or historic lows. Depending on the analysis of nutrients and pollutants in the water coming in from Lightner Creek alongside the northern parcel, treatment of its waters may be important for the health of the Imperial River and Estero Bay. We could be a model for innovation in the design. Green spaces, parks, and recreation areas are important municipal infrastructure and do drive investment, which is why grants are available. More and more, our residents are realizing the connections between clean waters, our local economy, and even their health. We need to protect the river every chance we get. High density and more impervious surfaces along the riverbank will not help water quality. This is an affluent city. We should be able to find those who love it and are willing to invest in it. Again, if we do not think outside the box and reach out beyond the traditional commercial development community, then as with previous proposals, we will just get the conventional box. Partnerships can be crucial to creating an innovative gathering space. Fees help fund maintenance and keep entrances free. Various revenue streams are important, and the overall goal should be that entrance is free to the public. In the 2015 study for the Naples Park Master Plan, the residents responded, let me reread that. In 2015, the study for the Naples Parks Master Plan, 78% of the residents responded that they would support tax increases for dedicated parks. And I didn't need to insert the groan. Great. That's a positive here. We can figure out funding sources later. Other cities have done this. To help lower your blood pressure after the mentioning of increasing taxes, here are 5 relaxing images for inspiration as I conclude the presentation.
All right, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the presentation. It's very interesting. Okay.
Mr. Trask will be coming up next. If you recall, Mr. Trask's proposal is not one of the more recent proposals. He was the respondent on the RFP the city did 2019.
Okay, yeah, I remember you.
I'm back with something
It
very
was the
different.
day after the election, yeah, I remember you. I was mayor-elect at the time.
Top one.
I'd really like to appreciate the technical people that work for the city that keep us rolling along here. Thank you.
Should be on the desktop. This isn't it right here? Try it. Just try and click it and open it up. Can we do that? Yeah. We just run it from my flash drive and take it out later. Try it. Yeah, sure. Sweet. Let's do that. Where's the slideshow button? Perfect. Just use the awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Shay Trask. Like we just said, I had a proposal last time, and I think part of our problem last time on the proposal was we got all the way to the finish line, and it was not what you guys were expecting. We had a few review process throughout that, and when we changed our proposal several times, we thought we were going down the right road to be what you guys had wanted, and we missed the mark by a lot. After seeing everything, being involved with several other meetings, I think we have a new proposal, and my main part of the proposal is coming out with a more strategic RFP. So I think we all have the same goal in mind, is that we want to do something with that land, whether it's a park, whether it's some development. I think a majority of people say that we do not want a huge development down there. So it's how do we create a public and private partnership to get somewhat of a large park, get somewhat of a development going down there, so that we can make that place a place where people come from all around, people can enjoy it who already live there, and make that a good park that's also got a way to fund itself. My proposal is that we actually split the development into two sections, a north parcel and a south parcel. We talked about actually buying more land at one point and making an even bigger project, but I think that then we're losing sight of how big this project has to become. So I think by making smaller proposals, we'll be able to get something more creative and something narrowed down that I think everybody can like. You'll see in this proposal here, everything that's green remains owned by the city, and everything that's purple and orange is actually area that can be developed. The purple on the south side is strictly commercial, so whether that's large restaurants, small shops, a museum, as people have talked about, whatever people want to bring back as a new RFP to propose in that section, they could have. A big proponent of mine is going to be the private and public partnership, where the land that's purple and orange would be given to the developers for free. We would use that as our enticer to tell people, hey, do something amazing on here, but the land on those two sections is going to be free in exchange for you guys improving the green space on that south or north section. That'll definitely improve what they do as well. So, such as the purple space at the bottom, if those are restaurants and park areas outside of there, it's in their best benefit to have the most beautiful park outside so that people can come there and use it. However, the developer's not going to own that. The city will take care of it once it's done, and the city will maintain it for the future, and also the city will own it so that it can never be developed. The other major key in developing these two parcels is the yellow line on both of those is actually a floodplain line. And on the south parcel, it doesn't really affect it too much, but I do love leaving the park towards Old 41. That way, when you're coming down 41 from the band shell and other areas, you really feel like you're headed into that Bonita Springs park-like setting before you get to any commercial. On the north side parcel, there is a ton of land that's actually in the floodplain, so I would suggest to just leave that as park and really get rid of that in the RFP and make it more of develop it as a park, but do not put any buildings or any development there. You'll notice the river runs through the middle. I would love to get a bridge going through there, some sort of walk bridge. We already have the water retention away from Old 41. I believe we could leave that the same. And then Feltz Avenue that runs through there, I'd like to make that more of a parking lot than a full road, as there is only one house with one driveway currently being used off of that. Also, I think by making that a roundabout parking lot away from 41, it'll be a good traffic flow. And then with this new RFP, sending out so that just the purple is what's being developed, and everything else is kind of a must-have. So the park area is something that they can do in different ways develop, but they're not going to own it as a developer. And the parking lot is going to be the same, where we want a parking lot there, but it can be done however they want to do it. And then the actual part of the purple building is where people can brainstorm, whether they want a museum, restaurants, office space, whatever they come up with. It can be beautiful, it can be unique, but that's really where we let the developer or the private party brainstorm what we could do there. And if the public wants to come in and suggest something as well, that's something where a private developer could take it and run and try to find a way to make it financially feasible. For the north side, I truly believe that there should be some more downtown residential above some sort of mixed use. It doesn't need to be a huge project, but something that shows that people do want to live downtown. Right now we have several projects such as Longitude. Mosaic was okay, but it didn't quite have that downtown vibe. It's brought some people down, but it doesn't have the same feel as a true downtown residential development. I believe that by doing something unique on this parcel, it's going to encourage people to move downtown, and it's going to make projects like Longitude and some of the other ones on the north side of the river really come to fruition once they see them take hold and have people move down there and see that there's demand. So really, my whole goal of this is that I think that at the point we're at, we really want to come back with a new RFP that is much more strategic and has much more of a purpose of this is exactly what we want, rather than here's the land, bring us what you think we want. And I think that that partnership of putting developers in the right direction will bring us to a good solution.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Back.
Thanks.
Okay.
Next presentation will be
Nova
from
Properties.
Noah Properties. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hubert Shrumsky. I am a 15-year-plus homeowner in Bonita Springs, and I was introduced to downtown by traveling around. I'm in the real estate business, have been my entire career, almost 35 years, and I fell in love with downtown, Old Bonita, if you want to call it, and I thought that it could be a place. I actually go for coffee every morning. I'm here downtown on Old Bonita. I go to the bike shop religiously, and so I'm a very big supporter of the community. And I have partnered in Chicago, Midwest, with Noah Properties and Troy Companies, which is my firm, which we're opening an affiliate here down in Bonita as well, for many years. Our forte, our specialty, was to go into smaller type communities all around Chicagoland and assimilate into the neighborhoods and create these type of projects with a public-private partnership. What Mr. Trask just said was spot on. What we did understand is that several times you've had RFPs, you've had workshops, and nothing's really materialized out of those workshops. Hence, we came in with a proposal, unsolicited, as you said, 6 months ago, to try to see where the city council would like us to go. We met independently, unofficially, with several of the city council members, got some feeling, went from a 200-unit project to an 80-unit project, from a 60 per acre unit to a 20 per acre, with public access and public parking and access to the water being our forte. Well, our forte, if you go on Noah Properties websites, you'll see is huge as it relates to incorporating what the neighborhoods want, what the community wants, and so forth. We have engaged local lawyers, Nat Ebellini from Fort Myers, and Mr. Acevedo's firm, GMA Architectural, as our local representatives. All three of us that are involved in the project are homeowners in Bonita, or one of them is soon to be, but the rest of us are. So we love the community, we participate in the community, we spend our money in the community as well. So we're not just carpetbaggers that happen to land in Bonita Springs and want to make profit. What Mr. Trask also said, I encourage very highly, is that the public-private thing is a very big component of this. We went different. We tried to bring in a single-family component as well as the apartments. The build it and they shall come approach, and what a lot of people are anti-developers. I have a family, I have children, I use the public services, so we're not here to destroy the community, but rather to enhance it. I only did it because I felt that what they did in the previous administration and the goal and that whole downtown infrastructure was something beautiful. I think you could take Fifth Avenue in Naples and put it to sleep, personally, but that's another story for another day. The component of the mixed use and having some residential component be brought in has to be told by you folks to us, to the Trasks, to Baron Collier, or whoever's going to be presenting here today, and give us an indication of where you guys want this to head. To simply say we want a park or a museum and the river is fine, but then we shouldn't have RFPs and we shouldn't have the developers coming in with proposals because it doesn't give any indication. The example Mr. Trask also gave with the purple area and having some common, you still have to have the tenants to come in. Our proposal, which shows 20 units per acre on the new boards here to the left, that's the original boards we brought, show the component of single family, 11 to 1,200 square feet, that would be Florida style on the river, as well as 20.
Just the boards, I'm sorry.
Well, I know, well, I can't, we can't do them together. So what we're trying to show as well is that showing a lot of green space, and can't emphasize strongly enough the public access to the river consistently, big walkways, sidewalks to the river constantly, so people have that access from the street as well as from the parks alongside Terry and the street to the south, or to the east, I'm sorry. So the most important thing that we'd like to say is, I think the city council needs to see, and we would like to be participating in the process, is to give us some formal direction. If it's RFP, let's make it an RFP. The reason we came in with a solicited, non-solicited offer is because we heard that the RFP failed, or it was actually approved, and then the deal was retraded, and then the deal fell. Then we heard that there was a workshop, and nothing really concrete came out of the workshop, so we felt, hey, why don't we start the ball rolling? And I think we did the city council good, because now you have 5 other participants, or 4 other participants coming on the horizon to participate. Wherever the folks choose, or whatever you choose, public-private partnership is probably the way to go, and to give you an indication that you need the input from the public and the funding from the private. To simply build a park or a museum on the site is good, but it doesn't bring what the city needs to continue its viability and to growth and to keep the tax dollars coming in. We appreciate the time. We would love to continue to be in the process. Most importantly is that we have engaged all local people, and we plan on working with this. I have a pamphlet here and a website if anybody's interested on our firm. We stress again strongly on the idea that we have built communities and within communities all around Chicagoland, Milwaukee, and Des Moines, showing how we assimilated into the community, and we made our developments part of the community and destination points, which is, I think, what the city council gave us as an indication that you guys would like to see. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Next will be Hoblin Real Estate. I don't see anyone. You still got a few minutes.
Sorry for the last minute, but we were told about this meeting Thursday, so we're trying to scramble here.
Golly, you built all that?
Yes,
can't hear you.
This is one of the most recent projects we just completed in Chicago's Bucktown neighborhood. If you see the green space we created on either ends, we've created a little park at the one corner.
What was the percentage of public-private in this project?
In this case, none, zero. You'll see the future ones we bring up. This was a public-private with the city of Chicago. We did this project. It's completely full. It brought about I think $14 million in revenue in reoccurring sales tax revenue into the community. This is one of our newest projects that's being completed now. This is in the city also. It's 184 units. This is all, this is more city development. You'll see that there's as this goes on, it'll show you the communities we went into, the smaller suburban areas, downtown suburban areas. We just purchased 2 major high schools, Catholic high schools that went, actually, sorrowfully enough, went out of business, if you want to call it that, and we incorporated a park, a senior center, a water facility for young children, and a public meeting space within that. That's in the village of River Grove on the outskirts of Chicago. That is now going to be about 274 units between townhomes, single family, and condominium ownership.
Where's your time on this? Are you
I'm over.
Are you Hovland?
I'm over my time. No, I'm over my time. I just wanted to show this.
Goodbye.
Oh, I do? Thank you. So basically, this just shows you our construction. Where we're noted for in the Midwest is that we say what we do, and we complete projects probably 25 to 30% ahead of time. We were actually hoping to be in the ground already here in your fine community, in our fine community, I should say. And we're very looking forward to continuing work. If it's not this site, there's other sites. I'm not saying that this is the end all, but I plan on making this my home in the next few years, and one of my partners on this project does as well.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing Mr. Hovland here, that would bring Barron Collier Companies up as the next proposal.
Hovland's not here, did you say?
No.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Presentation right there. Just use the arrows to-
Thank you. Good morning, and I'll stop it with about 2 minutes left and drop in a video, and we can watch that at the very end. First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of our CEO, Blake Gable, and Barron Collier Companies. We're happy to put something forward. We think it's important that you brand this downtown. Everybody said the same thing. It's a special place. Talk a little bit about the team. Barron Collier Companies, Peninsula Engineering, Restark, and Wright Construction Group. Every one of those firms has a proven track record, local, regional, national experience. Every one of them cherishes their reputation, integrity, and they all take a lot of great ownership in the projects they do. So you know us from being a neighbor. We've got some projects in town. This is not typically one of the projects we put forward on. I'll talk a little bit about that later. Our promise is that we work with you. We understand this is of generational significance, this downtown area, the citizen feedback we've heard from everybody, the city council buy-in, and how transparent we are with what we do. And we'll talk a little bit about the time frame you had asked about, and a couple of the citizens had referenced as well, too. Most important thing is transparency. Everything we want to do it in the public eye, because we cherish our reputation more than anything. So key factors for success with this project, you know, you're balancing the development impact, and you've heard it from your residents, as well as what environment you want the downtown to look like. Financials are important. Everybody's told you that the numbers don't make sense. When we looked at this project and we put it in front of our investment committee, and we have one internally, they all kind of looked and said, why would you even put in for this? And that's when the executive team said, look, we're part of the community. If we can make this thing work in the black and work with the city to do something on this, we're very interested in this because of the legacy of what it leaves. The financials and the objectives of what you want, we've heard a lot about what the downtown needs to be. Most importantly, city ownership. We don't want to own the property. We don't want to own or lease anything outside 1 foot outside the building. So you would control all the property that's there. Perpetuity, forever. More revenue for you because we talk about profit coming back to you as a percentage coming back. Public space. We would finance that, but you would have to tell us what it would have to be. And that's when we run the financials with you. So somebody said the 270 days, could we tweak it down to 180? Possibly. But that's going back and forth with your staff, your attorney, and you to determine what those financials look like and how it's financed going back and forth and what you'd like to see. We propose through that process of the due diligence period, having a couple workshops with your citizens and then coming back with you and doing the final development agreement with you all. So it's a very transparent process. Somebody said, why would you give them 270 days? Well, I'm going to go back one. There's a lot of work that goes into that. Subsurface utility exploration, geotech, survey, design, finance application. If you're going to ask people to do an RFP, this is the pitfall. They're not going to know what you want, and they're not going to be able to give you the details of what you want because all of that comes in the next phase. So you're really accepting a high-level proposal, and then you're going into the details later. So revenue in perpetuity. If you do a percentage back on the rents, when you do a 99-year lease, you could be getting as much as $10 million to $25 million on revenue that comes into that. And if we do something with the public space where we partner with you on, because we give that to you, and we do that either on a TIF, and I found out from Councilman Gibson and your finance person how low your increment is. So that scares us a little bit, but that's something we'd have to work out with you all. For the public space, we wouldn't ask for any revenue for the buildings, period, ever. It would be for what you wanted in the public space. So let's talk about the public space a little bit. There are two schemes we developed, and we had fun doing this. We actually had to scale back because we were getting so much into the details. We said, time out. We need to back off a little bit in what we're doing. The floodway was pointed out, and there is a floodway there. So there are two schemes here, both about 100, 115 units, 30 to 40,000 square feet. One allows for a little bit of a Lego option where you can kind of pull pieces out and place them back in. And the other one here is more what I'll call passive and active in the sense that that north piece, that green space that everybody's talked about, becomes a market. It becomes a place. The river walk on both sides that everybody would get to enjoy. So everything outside the buildings is yours in perpetuity. And on that north piece on the south side, that's not a building, that's a market for you guys to enjoy. So the public engagement. Peninsula Planning Engineering would do exactly what we talked about. You've got to develop some focus groups. When we do projects that are our own, you can't leave open questions because it becomes, you had mentioned, Mr. Mayor, a little bit, try and imagine getting 100 people to pick a color. So you got to narrow it down to a couple decision points that are there. Do you want more active space, more park space? Those are the things you want to address in your public meetings that you can refine when you get to an ultimate agreement with the city. I'm going to give you some slides that show you some of the pictures that are there, and then I want to make sure I go through my notes and cover a little bit of that. We've seen this, and it's in your package, and the video will give you a much better feel. In Scheme 1, it's more active on the south side. You've got an open promenade, a little bit more commercial in blocks with the residential component. By the way, they're not for sale, they're rental, because if you're going to have people here, you want them to be owners in the sense of ownership of the area around them. You don't want people living here 3 months a year and disappearing. So it's a rental project. They would be engaged in what's going on in that area. You got to brand it, and it's got to get a feel on the waterfront. This is Scheme 2. It can be done in phases as well, too. This has got more of that market type to it, and it's got a very big promenade. So all of that space between the buildings is all public space. We wouldn't have any control over that. We would turn that over to the city, and you would in turn program that. The video's next, but I want to take a quick look through my notes just to make sure, because I've heard a lot from the folks that are there. That 270-day period, we can shrink it down, but you got to understand what that period is for. Because if you go out to RFP, and if we put in for it, whoever you select in an RFP, you're going to have to do the same exact thing. You're going to have to give them a period of time to now get into the details with you of all the fine terms of the design and the contract. We want to make sure that you understand, as an organization, that it's got to be experiential down there. Retail is not doing as well as it should be. All the focus that needs to be downtown needs to be activity-driven. One of the things we talked about is actually working with some of the businesses that are there as part of our public engagement. So we don't introduce businesses that compete with them, but actually complement them. So that's one of the things we talked about as well, too. Our proposal would include going forward for the next phase, doing all the due diligence, drafting the final documents, doing the public feedback, then coming with you with one final workshop, and finalizing all the details. So in our proposal, we would draft an LOI with your city attorney and then get started immediately on all the details that go through this project and bring back the finals. You would get progress photos, progress reports along the way. You could provide feedback for your staff, and then your final feedback would be done in a public forum with you all. So with that, I'm going to stop and just show you a quick video and recognize that you can change a lot of these things in the video. And I don't know if your IT guy can pop up from somewhere.
Kyle.
Carl?
Oh.
I think he's on the phone somewhere. I hear him talking. No, that's not it.
I think you had a link to it at that last slide in your PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's clinky that way.
Hit F7, it'll pop right out.
F7?
I'm teasing.
That video, you pulled it up earlier? Yeah. Thank you. Just to close, all the property around the buildings would be yours to program. And you can see there's a lot of open space in that market area that we propose that would be turned over to the city. So with that, we'll stick around for the workshop and see if you have any questions for us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very welcome.
Okay.
All right, at this time, council, if maybe, I don't know if you'd like to take a brief break or go straight into it.
Yeah, let's take a break.
How many minutes?
How many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Are you ready to roll? Back
We are.
in order, here we go.
Thank you, Mayor. And at this point, we're moving into the real workshop part of it, where, you know, roll up your sleeves and try to work out with, amongst ourselves how we want to proceed with the bamboo property. At this time, I'd like to really introduce Ken Tinkler. Ken is an accomplished land use and local government lawyer at Carlton Fields in Tampa. I've worked with Ken before, so I can attest to his experience. But that's not, as a lawyer, is not really the purpose of me bringing him to here today. When I reached out to multiple communities to find out some advice on facilitators, and Arlene and I scrubbed a fairly long list, Mr. Tinkler came highly recommended, both as a parliamentarian, as a meeting facilitator, and as someone with a disarming sense of humor, all of which I think may be very valuable.
I thought you needed a powdered wig to be a parliamentarian.
I have one.
He has one,
I have
yeah.
one in the car if you want me to.
I don't think we want any of that on the floor right now. So, you know, at this point, what I'd really ask is that, Mr. Mayor, that you figuratively give up the gavel, allow Mr. Tinkler to work with you. I understand that, usually we've done these at a lower setting and they haven't been on television, but in order to accommodate the streaming request, it's going to be a little more unusual than the more conference-like atmosphere we move forward. But, as we've seen when we tried to move through this project, I have witnessed that I think that really the council is much closer together on their goals, and you really just need that help to set aside maybe some of the personalities and really work through what are the key issues you want to move forward on the Bamboo property, and what direction do you want to go. And then at the conclusion of this, I hope that we can set ourselves on a path.
And we still use the speaker list?
No, I will leave it to Mr. Tinkler to sort of call on members as he sees them from his vantage point. He probably is in a better position to be able to see and have that free-flowing dialogue. How do you feel about that, Ken?
I'm good with that.
All right.
All right. Well, I guess it is afternoon now. Good afternoon, council. It is good to see everyone. This is obviously a little different than you would typically do a facilitated workshop. Usually you'd be around the table and throwing things at each other or who knows what else. Obviously, I'm a little less funny because you're live streaming it, so I got to be careful in that regard because this will definitely follow me forever. But it's the goal here today is to see how you can get to a point that staff knows the direction it has and be able to move forward. I heard a lot of different ideas today. It was very helpful to hear the beginning part of your meeting. And there's many different concepts, many different potential end paths for you. But in looking up the deed on this property, you've been at this for 6,683 days. So a child born that day just graduated high school or maybe just finished their first year of college. So this has been a little while. Hearing about that Little League team that came up earlier, you want to make sure that by the time they're reaching that stage, you have completed whatever it is your vision is. I told a few people that asked me today, we're going to solve all this in 10 minutes. And, well, that'd be great. But obviously, that takes all of you to be on the same page. This will be some back and forth. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to ask all of you not to give me a speech. I listened to your last workshop. I know the background. I drove by the site last night. I went around the traffic circles a whole bunch of times, so I confused everybody. So I got a feel for what is there and some of the history in the newspaper articles and all that. Since it's in the newspapers, I'm going to assume everything was wrong. So we'll just take it from that respect. The key for me is I don't have a vested interest. I live in Tampa. This is my first visit to Bonita Springs. I am not here to pitch an idea or any other kind of proposal. My goal is to help you. So if I'm doing something that you want me to keep going, tell me. If you want the deputy to escort me out, please tell me that too. We can figure that part out. What really struck me during the meeting so far, and in listening to your prior workshop while I drove down I-75 yesterday, which probably wasn't a good idea, is something that I think the city as a council needs to decide what is it that you want your role to be. Are you just the decision maker? Are you going to be asking people to give you ideas? You're going to say yes or no? Are you going to be the designer? Are you the architect? Are you going to be carving up this property into pieces? Are you going to be setting forth, this will happen here, this will happen there? Is this a much more intensive city role? And then you ask the private parties to fill in those boxes? Or is this a city project? Is this a pure more park? And then you're looking for perhaps a foundation or other nonprofit to solicit funds that then you can use to program. But the city having all the control going forward. That's your first branch here in terms of deciding what it is you want to do. Because if you don't have that in mind, if you don't have how you want to act, then you're going to probably go another 6,000 days in terms of trying to figure out what it is you want to do. So what I'd like to start with is simply going around and seeing your reaction to what role you want the city council, all of you, to play. And I'd ask you to give me a sentence or two. I know that's really hard. Anytime I ask a politician for a sentence or two, I get a look. But if you can keep it to that, what I'm curious about is, do we have agreement already as to that? And if we don't, then do we have a majority? Do we have a way of moving forward? Because at the end of the day, a majority will rule here in terms of your representative government. So that's where I'd like you to start. I'm just going to pick randomly which way I go at every point in time, but I'd like to start at this end of the dais here and see what you think.
Start with me. I'll try to speak succinctly. I think in the continuum from having no city control to full city control, I'm probably at, I would say, maybe 70% in favor of the city keeping control. I'm not in favor of selling the property and having the developer give us alternative ideas and choosing from the one we think is best, because I think that there are certain goals that need to be met, and I think that our role as a city council is to define 2 or 3 major goals and then go with
If I may, so you would, right now, for this box, you would fit into the hybrid approach.
correct.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, you did it really well.
I think also hybrid in the sense that, I mean, as far as the development and architecture go, I don't think that's really necessarily our place per se. I'm not.
And we will, what I want to do, and forgive me, and again, you can throw me out when you want. What I'd like to do is we want to get to that first point, and then we'll decide what does hybrid mean, if we all agree on hybrid. If we don't,
I think hybrid is the appropriate answer, but I think my numbers are going to be a little bit different than Amy's.
I fully expect that, so we'll figure this out.
Oh, yes, as the mayor, I want that wall fixed. And since we have twice as many people as we had 20 years ago, I want a place for the people to gather.
Mr. Mayor, I have heard that. I understand your position on that. What I'm looking for is what do you want your role as mayor to be? Do you want to be giving this to a developer to come back with ideas for you, and then you decide yes or no?
I want a park.
Okay. So do you want that park to be city-managed, finance controlled?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We have a city check here. Councilman.
I would prefer it to be city control.
City control. All right. We have 2.
Hybrid.
Hybrid. Thank you for following instructions. I appreciate it. Both of you.
I want a hybrid, and I want not 70% control, but a more balance.
Okay. We have another for hybrid. All right.
Could you speak up, please?
We can't hear any.
I said I want the hybrid with 50% control, not 70%.
Councilmember Carr, did you get the introduction, or would you like me to repeat that?
Could you repeat it, please?
Not a problem at all. What role do you want to have as a city council in this process? Do you want to have developers come up with ideas, present them to you, and you make a decision, yes or no? Do you want some hybrid where the city may carve up the property, may decide what's going to go here or there? We're going to figure out what that hybrid means if people choose that. Or do you want this to be a city project where it may be a park? We've got a hybrid. Okay. So I'm going to go, obviously, we're going with our representative democracy, and we got a majority rules here. So for this moment in time, it looks like there is a overwhelming majority for some form of hybrid. So let's take it from there. What does hybrid mean? At its the idea of a public-private partnership means something different to everyone as far as what that role is, what the percentage is. In thinking about what you have to do as a council, a hybrid here could be that you set forth a list of what has to be in this area, and you ask developers to respond to that. It could be that you set forth a division of the property that came up during one of the ideas, where you carve out, this will be public space, this will be private space. It could mean some combination thereof. So if you can each give me, again, the one or two sentences, what do you see hybrid meaning? And we'll see if we have some agreement among the group. This time I'm going to start on this end. Councilmember Forbes.
I see a hybrid as public-private agreement on things, but that the developer is going to design it, because none of us here, with exception of me, are professional designers. If you aren't, you need to let other people that are professional do that. We get to select things, and we'll have public areas that we control. You have the other. That's what I see.
Just to narrow it down a bit, would you want, do I hear you as saying you would create a list of things that the city wants? Would you want the city then to divide up the land, or would you let the proposers divide it up and come back with an idea?
I would submit a list of what we think we would like to have in the way of public facilities, amenities, and all that, and then let the developer pick it out, because it's gonna have to work.
Understood. Thank you.
So I think as the city, we need to kind of say, like, we want public access along the water. We do want some parking features, but when it comes to the buildings and stuff like that, we're not the developers. They know what's going to make sense, because they're not going to build something that they can't make money off of.
You're with the idea of a list and what you want to see in it, but you're not programming it out onto the different places right now.
Except for along the river,
Except for
that
along the river.
being the public area.
All right, so we got one carve out there. Councilman.
Well, I wasn't for a hybrid to start with. I'm more along the lines of what Charlie presented in terms of what is possible down there in the public interest.
Okay.
So I have no interest in a developer.
Here's where we are. In order to try to get a good combination of things, this is your opportunity if it's going to be a hybrid project, and obviously you may vote against that eventually. But if it is going to be a hybrid project, would you like to see a list of what the city requires, or do you want to go further and start dividing up the property into pieces?
I would go with a list, because with a list, I can take up all the property.
All right. I appreciate honest answers. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I think it's going to be the same explanation to you. I understood your position is contrary to hybrid,
Yeah,
but assume,
I guess I'm in the minority at the moment.
at the moment. So assuming it is a hybrid, do you see yourself wanting to see a list?
I'm
You
not
want
gonna-
more division?
I'm not gonna give you that option. The city of Bonita Springs is responsible for parks, land use, and some of the roads. That's it. I want the best parks in the state of Florida, and this is a beautiful opportunity, but that's my point.
I understand, sir. I don't have an interest. I'm just trying to help the council get somewhere. That's my major thing. Councilman.
I knew you were somebody, in the way you were dressed. I'm sorry I was late.
I kept getting looked at as a developer while people who are.
Oh, no, I thought lawyer. I would be more in line of a hybrid being defined as a developer coming in who is, and we heard several today, and that is not overbearing and is inclined to be stewardly toward our parks in terms of that.
I understand that component. We'll get more into that detail. What I want you to reach the threshold first. Do you want to create a list of city wants, or you're not even going that far? It's more an open process.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have a.
Well, only because of the people that have presented.
Well,
the
I would put all of them aside.
Right. Well, then,
I know they'll be angry
if
at
they
me.
all exit, then it's a new game, you know?
Well, that's part of how you get to where you want to go. It's deciding what do you want to see at the end point? And we got to find a process that'll help you get there. So that's why I'm thinking in terms of a hybrid, how do you define it? And that's, I think, helpful. You would see it as a more open, fluid kind of process. Thank you. Councilmember.
I think we would need to have a
Just to get closer to the mic, bring the mic closer, please.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
I think from the hybrid standpoint, you know, we need to, but specific question, because I kind of got a little off track with her answer, but what specific two sentence do you want?
Sure. In seeing what a hybrid approach is,
Right.
It seemed like we already were narrowing it to the idea of a list where the council comes up with these are the must-haves in this particular spot, versus the council taking it even further and dividing it up, where you're already saying the river should be carved out, and you're going to possibly divide the land into further components.
I think it needs to be a limited list that has, you know, the 5 major things that we all can agree that we want to see within there, and then after that, leave it to the developer, and ensure that, you know, the mayor sees a seawall, you know, that everybody gets their little pieces, and then I think we're in a better spot. But I don't think it needs to be very high level, because again, we're not developers.
All right. We have a theme of a high level. Councilmember.
I think I definitely want a list because I already made one as the people were speaking. But I do think that that'll eventually evolve to indicating certain areas where we're going to provide the aspects of that list. I think that's what we're going to do, both of those things at the same time as we develop it. But I think a list is really important, and I don't think it has to be very long. But also in the list should be things that we don't want.
Well, and that was going to be coming up as part of the process, that's for sure. All right, so what I'm hearing a majority of you saying at this point in time is to pursue a hybrid approach where you're creating a list, and it sounds like it could be a pluses and minuses, things that you'd like to see, things you might not want to see. And certain council members will give me several pages of list, it appears. So we'll take it piece by piece in terms of how we get there. So let's think about ideas, things you'd want to see on this list of what you must have in this spot. And I look at it from the perspective of you're standing on the Old 41 Bridge, you're looking at the property 10 years from now, what are the must-haves that you want to see in this spot? Because we often get tied up in just what we've heard in the last 30 minutes about proposals of this piece, that piece. I'm trying to think a little bit broader in terms of how you as a city want to see a developer come forward and now take your idea and run with it. So think of it along those lines. And Councilman Gibson, do you have, can you give me your first must-have?
Public access along the river.
Hi. All right, I'm going to ask, just by show of hands, does everyone agree with that? That there must be public access along the river?
Define public access and river.
Okay.
In terms of where.
Well, and as I've done on each of these, we will drill down. We will drill down. As a broad concept, is a must-have public access along the river.
And does public access define a bridge going across?
We're not there yet.
Well,
you got to give me time on this one. I promise we'll get there.
But I need definitions.
Okay, but do you support the broader concept of public access along the river?
Is safety has to be included?
We will not be trying to kill people on the river. I
Thank
promise.
you. Okay.
So do we have consensus, though?
Sorry again, I was late.
No. This is meant to be a back and forth, and I'm just trying to help extract the basic concepts, and we can then take it from there. I know this is different, that's for sure. Do we have any objections to public access along the river? All right. Councilman Corbett, what is your must-have?
My must-have is that it complements the entire downtown area from Rosemary to Bonita Beach Road.
Okay, tell me more about what you mean by complement.
That we take an inventory of what we already have in terms of businesses, residences, amenities. And from that, and in working with the people that run those businesses and amenities, we then develop what we need to complement their activities along the river. We don't need to duplicate. For example, I don't think we need residential housing because there's plenty of residential housing.
Let's think about process. Do you see the city doing that, or do you see the proposers doing that?
I see the city having to do it because I don't know that a developer can get the information it needs from those that are already holding land in the city as to what their plans are.
Okay. What kind of time frame would you put on that process?
About 3 months.
Okay. So the council member is proposing a 3-month citizen engagement, it sounds like, in terms of defining what is compatible in that area. Do we have any other council member who supports that concept?
What does what?
Do we have any other council member who supports the concept that was put forward of having a citizen committee, a 3-month process just to solicit citizen input and create a inventory of what's in that area?
We've had 15 years of this.
Nope.
No.
We have no agreement at this point, so I appreciate that one. Mr. Mayor, what is the number one thing you would like to see on our list?
Floating dock.
Floating dock. All right. Do we have any other support for?
And grass, cutting the grass.
You get one right now,
Just
sir.
one? Okay, floating dock.
We'll come back. Do we have any other support for a floating dock?
I just have to say that we're going too much into the details, because I disagree with this part right here, because I think we have some more general focus that needs to be addressed along the lines of what Chris proposed, but I don't particularly am totally in agreement with what he said, which is to get at the broader thing.
The beauty of this part is if you have no other, if there's no support, then we just move on and we keep coming up with ideas.
I mean, like, people have talked about having a community space.
Okay.
We talked about museums.
If I
Are we going to
may.
go down every one of those lists, and then are we going to prioritize them?
If I may,
You know.
what I'd ask all of you to do is you're thinking about the highest level here of what you want to see. If the most important thing to you is a boat dock, then that's what you are putting forward. If it is a broader community approach, then that's what you also put forward.
Floating dock.
But the goal for.
Floating dock, not a dock.
Understand.
Floating dock, there's a big difference.
Oh, I completely agree. But my goal, though, is to help you see where you do have some consensus. Understanding no one will ever agree on all the details. Councilmember Carr.
You're just gonna love this.
Okay.
I'd like to see joy.
How would you define joy?
That it actually gets started, gets done and accomplished, that we have
What is it?
the the bamboo property, so the 5 acres, gets presented in a way that doesn't overbuild, provides private, public, park areas. Okay, so that kind of thing there. But both parties need to make money, and I see the city as one party and the developer as the other party. Okay,
And that is, you're jumping ahead on me. So,
well, you see, joy. You define joy.
but do you want to put that out to a developer that they need to demonstrate joy?
I actually think I heard a couple here today that I'd be very happy with.
Okay. Do we have support for listing joy?
No, of course not. All right, specifically, what was the question again?
The question is, what is the number one thing you would want on the city's list? Because we're talking about a hybrid approach. There was a group consensus that we put out a list.
Okay. We see it. I've seen it presented today. Okay, so I don't know what
You're trying to make this fair to everyone. You want.
No, fairness is an arbitrary word, so I want to move forward. I want to move forward. I don't want to kick the can down the road, okay? Like somebody said, 20 years, let's make a decision. And other people are saying, it's been 20 years, so let's keep it going. No, is my attitude.
I understand. What I'm trying to get each of you to is what we just did is kind of work down where is consensus at the moment. You have a majority to pursue a hybrid approach where the city defines we want X, Y, and Z, and you ask developers to come back and demonstrate how they can do that.
Okay.
I'm asking you for that X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
What is the number one thing you would like on that list?
To bring life back, to bring again, back to joy. But there's this little coffee shop, and you know what? It's wonderful. It encapsulates a little tiny essence of what downtown is.
Would a broader term be you want them to activate the space?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do we have other agreement on activating the space? 1, 2, 3. We got a majority. Okay. Councilmember.
We need to retain ownership.
Okay. I don't think that's on this list. I think that may be on a different list.
Okay.
What do you want the developer to present to you as far as?
Well, I'm saying a long-term land lease. That's what I would like to see develop. So I'm saying we don't ever retain, I don't ever want to give up the property. I want to work with somebody, but I want us to own it.
Let's put a pin in that one.
Okay.
We'll come back to the ownership side.
I guess, mixed use, I guess would be
How do you define mixed use?
something that is gonna, why don't we come back to that? Why don't I go with the easy one? I want something that has open space and parks within the plan.
All right. Parks within. Do we have agreement for parks within? 1, 2.
Agreement for what?
Parks.
How do you define
Park.
parks within? Like,
Somewhere within this space will be park area.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Council member.
Okay, I don't know if this is more than one idea, but
Understood.
I think of it as a destination point, and I liked the comment by one of the presenters that it should be experientially driven activity points. I think that both of those things could be incorporated with a destination point.
Okay, so you want the developer to demonstrate that this will be an experiential destination? Okay. Do we have any other agreement on that concept? 1, 2, 3,
I mean, I don't care, yeah.
4, 5.
well, it's vague though. I mean, because we're going to have
Absolutely. Now,
a food truck park down where there's going to
yeah, this is intentionally vague, because we need to start at the high level in order to get down to those details. So, but if we don't have the high level, we'll be another 6,000 days. That's the key. All right,
I don't know how to spell experientially.
so we had experiential. We look up the word, right? We can figure that out. As far as, put destination perhaps for now. And as we figure out the spelling of experiential. All right, we're gonna go around one more time on this one, because I think we're, oh, forgive me, I haven't gotten to this side yet, because I started in the middle, so yes,
Compliment,
please.
The river access would be to have water features and things like that, because that would provide background sound that masks highway noise and any other thing that might be nuisance noise.
Okay.
Water falling, water.
You want water features?
Lighted water features.
All right. Water features, do we have agreement on wanting to see water features? 1, 2, 3, yes, we do. Water features.
See, I would say what the developer would then contribute toward that. I wouldn't want the city to be responsible for that.
And this list is for the developer.
But
So that's,
it's a
you
given.
got exactly what you like.
Mhm.
That's for sure. All right, we'll just keep going around. What?
Parking, maybe,
Parking.
maybe multi-level parking, but increased parking for the area.
Well, do you want to keep it at, we want to see parking, or do you want it to go further, I want to see multi-level parking?
As much parking as they can provide.
Okay. Do we have agreement on as much parking as can be provided? 1, 2, 3,
I'm not saying, not a parking garage, but yes, parking conceptually, yes.
4.
Not a parking garage there, but someplace else perhaps.
on the
Then we
bioreactor or
would
something
leave
maybe? I don't know.
another,
Well, and that's why I asked, right, we have narrowed that down to.
we need parking. We're all in agreement with that.
We'll stay higher level with.
Right, we'll keep it higher level as much as can be provided, and we didn't say it had to be garage, it had to be on this site, it could be somewhere else, they could build you a monorail, who knows? We could figure out all kinds of things.
Solve everything, right?
Okay.
Or
So
do
we have parking as a major feature. Next. Yes, sir.
I think the city has to take into consideration the needs of the Wonder Gardens in terms of parking and so forth, that we need to protect that asset that the city already owns.
All right.
Which is across the
I
street.
see that as we can put that on a city to-do list. As far as this hybrid approach where you're asking developers to meet your needs, is
I
there
think
a way you want to put that?
I want to put things that attract kids, because if you attract kids, you attract the parents.
All right, so the concept is elements that attract kids, have that family appeal. Is there any other agreement to that idea?
Family appeal?
Appeal.
Appeal, yeah, sure. No, we don't want families, come on.
But that's not actually the
Well, I
question,
mean,
is it?
Is that important enough to you to list for a developer to respond to? If it is, then we put it on the list. If it's not, then we don't. It doesn't mean that we don't want families there. It means from a technical standpoint, do you want them to have box number 37, family appeal, fill in the blank? That's the end product that you're looking at. So think of it from that perspective. Do we have, let's do a raise of hands again, because I think we had some change of mind. Do we want to list family appeal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we do.
Excuse me, Ken, for interrupting. This is a lovely experience, but there's 50,000 people that you haven't gotten their opinion what they want. You're asking 7 people, and I think it's beyond the scope of the council to make that kind of a decision there.
No, that's,
I
sir,
wish you well.
Sir,
okay.
we had 3 meetings.
There's also 65,000 of us.
All right, moving on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Another top need that you see in this spot?
Well, shade,
Okay, so you want a developer to come back and show you how they would provide shade?
landscaping.
Okay,
Landscaping,
shade and landscaping, we can put those together. Keep it at that high level?
what does that mean? I said I wanted it.
That's fine, I will keep it right there.
What do you mean high
Do-
level?
do-
I want the low bushes, I want shade.
That's exactly what I was meaning. How into the weeds, literally, on this one, do you want to get? For this, is there broad agreement on having them propose shade and landscaping? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hot down here.
Got a majority.
It's like in Tampa, but it's hot down here.
But wouldn't
Again-
it be the developer coming to us?
Absolutely, but that's the point. The developer, you're painting a picture of what it is you want to come back. They would then have to do the details.
Right? That if they want to come back with no shade.
I wouldn't be here if you guys had given clear direction. So, I think.
Amen.
I think I can say that, right, I can say that because you can throw me out, you're stuck with them. So if there was clear consensus from council, I'm pretty sure this would have been done 800 days ago or something along those lines. So that's where you are, and we're trying to get to that point that developers know what you want.
Okay, so,
So-
yeah, shade and.
Right, we had that one on board. Do you have another addition to the list?
Oh, no. To what, the question, because,
Remember, all right, put yourself in the shoes of the developer. You just picked up the proposal that's coming from the city of Bonita Springs for this amazing redevelopment that you're looking to do. What's on that list?
Well, it's sort of becoming less amazing because all of the, and I just think that if we let, well, great bistros, like another,
So you want to see?
Survey Cafe, if Sophie wants to open up another place, I mean,
Let's take
really
that-
good
let's take that
food.
to a higher level. You want to see commercial,
Yes.
okay? Do we have agreement to see commercial? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have majority for commercial.
If ownership doesn't count, I'm good. I think.
Okay, we've covered the list for you. That's good.
I would like to see a community space.
Okay, help me understand. What is
We
the
used to
community
have a
space?
community hall down there that we
Okay.
took down, something that would serve for meetings or gathering places,
So you're seeing a structure?
some
that-
kind of a structure, yeah.
Okay. So is there agreement on a community space structure? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Council member, Mr. Forbes.
I think it's important to compliment.
Speak it to the microphone, Fred.
Yeah, I think it's important to complement what we already agreed on, so I want to see a very interesting, attractive, exciting lighting scheme for the river walks and also the public places, and hopefully that carries into the commercial development part.
Okay. So you want to see a, what's a good
Could
summary?
even have some colored lights.
Okay, we'll just go with enhanced lighting. We can keep it as basic as that.
Yeah.
Is there agreement for enhanced lighting? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
And family-friendly lighting.
We already covered the family
I
appeal.
know, but
We're good.
we could do a twofer.
Understand. Councilman.
Year-round residential.
Okay. All right. All right, do we have agreement on year-round residential?
What does that mean?
Council member?
Basically non-snowbirds, people that are gonna be there most of the year, that are gonna take advantage of everything that's downtown, frequent the businesses and make it more attractive for businesses to
Well-
be downtown.
Okay, at my condominium, you can rent 3 months of the year. Is there, are you asking for a minimum rental period?
Well, one of the proposals was doing it as an apartment, so that way it was rented out. People like that generally stay there year-round, where if you sold it off as condos, they may only be down for 3 months out of the year.
So you're looking for a rental?
I'd like to see-
You're looking for rental property rather than condos?
But whatever would keep people down, living there year-round and frequenting the businesses downtown.
I agree with that.
What I'm hearing, again, we don't want to get too far into the weeds. What I heard you saying is you want to see year-round residential. However that's proposed, that would be on the developer to propose. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Okay. Do we have agreement on year-round residential?
Council.
I just have a caveat. I'm
Speak
okay
into
with
the
it, but I
mic,
think,
please.
yeah, I'm okay with that, but I mean, I think, as this list continues to grow, if we're gonna keep this high level, I think we kinda gotta slow the list down at some point. But as far as, I'm okay with it being year-round, but I just don't want the connotation to be negative against the snowbirds, because the reality of the situation is we don't have state income taxes for a reason. It's done in sales tax. That's done on people who come here and visit. So them not being in our traffic 8 months out of the year and contributing to 40% of our economy, that isn't, I don't hate them for that. So I'm not saying I don't want snowbirds here. I don't want that to be the story, but I understand what you're saying, trying to build the community, so you want it to be around people. That's fine, but it isn't an anti-snowbird.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not anti-snowbird, it's just, for
Right,
downtown, I think we
will
need to
make
have a more
for the
year.
live stream, none of us are anti-snowbird. We want your money at all times. So,
At all
that's all.
times.
We appreciate.
Even if you're not allowed to come to your property.
This may not be your development, but we have one next door for you. I mean, it could be that. Again, let's not get onto other tangents. Let's focus on just this property. The proposal is to have year-round residential. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of that as putting it on the list.
I still don't have a definition of year-round residential.
It is to, as he put it, it's to leave that to the developer to propose to you what that means. Whether that is deed restrictions, a rental complex, something else along those lines, that's for the market to figure out.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll vote.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, all right, we have a majority.
Can I put a caveat on that, or at least throw it out?
We can put caveats on everything.
Well, I don't,
That's for sure.
a lot of the residents that spoke today, that's their concern is, so we gotta have enough restrictions in the leasing or they said they weren't gonna do condos, but if they did condo docs, that precludes anyone from being able to do these things. If they do it, they're evicted or whatever.
Well, and this is the key. What you're setting forth is what you want to see. So we just added year-round residential. So now you want to have a developer come back with a proposal that shows you how to do that.
And addresses the need, what the people have said tonight, or today.
Well, let's try to get a list here, because if they have to address every citizen comment, you're not going to get anywhere.
That's one of their number one comments, so.
Did we not cover it, though?
No, they're most concerned about having residential and then having things go on in the residential that would give the development. And I'm not worried about it, I'm just saying we need to address it.
I get that, drug use, prostitution, the kind of things that I've seen in the public comments come in.
Hookers, don't forget
Are already illegal, so it's, if there was a deed restriction solution to those issues,
Just so that they get
Right,
people out in a hurry.
That is a city policing and enforcement issue as much as anything else. It may go into design and how things are laid out, but that's way down the road for you right now.
To do that, you would need more than one-bedroom apartments, I think, if you wanted people to live there forever.
Well, again,
You know,
if I may.
Yeah, I
If you
know
want to
what you-
propose more than one-bedroom units as an option, when we get to your turn on this, you can do that. Let's try to keep this as everyone's highlight, and then we see as
Year-round residential.
we can see if there's consensus. Okay? Who are we up to? I've lost track.
I just went to.
Let's see. You had the year-round residential, so Mr. Corey.
I'm fine.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Access to the water by steps going into the water, go swimming in the water,
Number 1 was.
chase the alligators away.
That's a whole other thing we can go into. Is there agreement on steps into the water? Okay, moving on. Councilmember Carr.
I think we've done a really great list at 12, 13. Ooh, who's going to be 13?
Okay, so you're ready to stop. That was the goal, to get to a comprehensive list here. Councilman, you're good? Councilmember?
It would be nice to have some kind of cultural aspect there,
Help me understand what that is.
like an art gallery, for example, but that doesn't have to be the only one.
Okay, so again, is this a structure different than the already community use structure?
The community use, I think, is more as like a hall, like providing for this opportunity for people to use the hall for different reasons.
Right.
But the cultural thing would be a permanent exhibit. So I think it would be a separate exhibit.
Okay.
Structure.
So a cultural
Could be.
based structure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't.
It could be art gallery, it could be theater, it could be.
Theater, one of the proposals, there was like an amphitheater, a permanent type of amphitheater that was built in. Well, we could use that as a space to have.
But you're comfortable at a high level, a cultural
Correct, but
building.
some kind of a cultural aspect to it, or providing for that.
Okay. Do we have agreement on a cultural building? One?
I think we kind of cover it, though, already in the commercial aspect, because wouldn't the...
We had no agreement, so we're moving on. It looks like we may only have a few left who may have ideas. Councilmember Forbes, did you have another concept?
I just want the architecture and everything to be exciting and inviting for all ages of people.
Okay, exciting, inviting architecture. Do we have agreement on that? One,
Family
No,
deal.
we want boring
Two.
and dull.
No, but that's.
three,
I have no idea
four.
what that is.
Okay.
You're right.
That's what we got. We should put that down. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a criteria.
We don't want mosaic.
All right, we have majority on that. I think you were
My must-haves are on here, so.
perfect. I think
I started,
you were good? Okay, Mr. Mayor, you were already done. Councilmember Carr, you were done. Councilman Perben, you were done. Councilmember, did you have any other additions?
Not really, because I don't, but I think it's something the city has to do, is that we have to integrate whatever plans come with this, with our already existing plans for the area that's adjacent to it, that's not part of this property.
Of course. And again, from a planning standpoint, as I understand, you have a form-based code. You have laid out how you want things to be constructed in this particular area. So none of this changes your land development process. You're going to still be dealing with all that. What you're trying to do is set forth, all right, Bonita Springs wants this, this list that we have here. And you picked a hybrid approach, so you're defining these basic concepts, and you're then asking a developer to fill in the boxes here, to show you a project that includes all of these pieces. Do we have consensus on these? Obviously, very high-level list. All of you had, at least a majority, embraced these must-haves. Do we have any other additions to this list?
Volleyball net.
Well,
All
then
right.
I'm gonna go zip line.
Do we have any other council
Not
members
mine.
who would want to list a volleyball net? Okay, seeing none. Now, what don't you want to see? Okay, let's think about that. Actually, Mr. Mayor, would you like a 5-minute break?
Sounds good to me.
All right. During the 5 minutes, think about your things you don't want to have, because that can be just as important. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Here we
Let me
go.
tell you what you've accomplished so far, because you've actually done quite a bit. You have now set forth components of what would lead to an invitation to bid. An invitation to bid is something that you're putting out. Here's the concept. Here's what the city must have. And you're then asking, this is the hybrid approach that we started with, you're asking a developer or any interested entity to come forward and show you how they can fill this need. You can set a time period, you can have a scope of when people have to respond, and those are things staff can advise you on as far as the best way to handle that from a legal standpoint. To make sure, though, again, put yourself in the shoes of the person responding, they also want to hear what you don't want. Because the last thing they want to do is spend a lot of time and energy on something that a majority of council is going to shoot down. I'm hoping this part is much shorter as we go through. We're going to do it the same way we did, simply to get these ideas out there and get you talking. We'll start, Councilman Burton. Must not. And it may mean nothing, but is there something you want to tell a developer, I don't want to see this?
I mean, I don't want a parking garage on Bamboo.
Okay. Don't want to see a parking garage on Bamboo. Do we have any other agreement on that one?
Agreement, we don't want one.
2, 3, 4. Yes. We do not want to see a parking garage on the Bamboo property. All right. Councilmember.
I don't think I have anything that's, I don't know how to say this, but I do think that there should be somehow balance the residential element, because maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the residential element would have the most easily commercially developed aspect of it. And so I would like to have most of these other things in proportion to the residential. So a limited amount of residential, but I don't know how you say that.
Well, why don't we say it just like that? A limited, you're thinking from a physical standpoint, a limited use of the property for residential. So the majority of the property is not residential.
Correct. A vast majority.
So when we put it along those lines. Do we have agreement that a majority of the property is not residential? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And that, we're thinking from physical dimensions. That's what you'd like to see. All right. Councilmember. Mr. Ford.
I don't think besides that, that there should be a lot of space devoted for, what I call beach volleyball and that kind of stuff. I think it, because that really creates a different element. I think the purpose of this is to do commercial, to bring the rest of Old 41 up. What undeveloped land, make it develop. Developed land, maybe redevelop it and it's a little better. That's the way I think.
All right. Well, to tie it in with what you've come up with so far, what I'm hearing is outside of the public, outside of the river access and the other family components, you want to see limited recreational use.
Other than what you can do in those public areas, but it's not a recreation.
Okay, maybe there's another way of putting that then. Is it limited recreational use for the residential component?
Right. That's
Okay.
exactly what I'm saying.
Do we have agreement on limited recreational use for only the residential component?
Limited private?
Let me see if I can, let me see if I can help to, I think what Ken and Councilman Forbes are saying is, when someone presents the amenities in the recreation space, it's not exclusive to the residential.
Correct.
When did we decide that?
No, that's what we're deciding.
that's
It
what
wouldn't
he's
be for the public. So if someone put tennis courts on the property, those tennis courts would be for the public, not just for the residents.
Amen.
Or a pool, any of these kind of pieces.
I took his example of a volleyball court as restricted to simply those who live in the residential units. It sounds like that's what you're looking to avoid, is to limit that amount of space being used. Is there agreement
No,
among the council?
I want anything, it's public property.
That's what he's pushing for, is,
Oh, he said, is that what, I thought you said you didn't want any.
I don't want anything, it's just for the
I
residential.
got to hear your microphone.
I don't want anything just dedicated to the residential.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Other than like a balcony or something.
all right.
Okay.
So to keep it high level, you're looking for limited resident-only recreational areas.
Limited recreation only?
Limited, resident-only, only for the residents, recreation area.
Absolutely not. I'm against that.
Mayor, it's
I want public access to.
Residents of the property.
residents of that property, so you would exclude the general public. You, from what I'm hearing, sir, you don't want to exclude the general public.
No.
All right.
What he's talking about is if
Even
you,
your backyard.
if you
You both
created an
agree.
amenity that only the residents staying on the property could use, he is objecting to.
Repeat it one more time.
So for
Let me
example,
try another way. Let's assume, just for explaining this, let's say there were apartments put in. What he's saying is he doesn't want to see all of the recreational area simply devoted to those apartment dwellers.
Exactly.
So I think you're in agreement.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
But they can have private as well.
The term was limited. So again, you're setting forth a basic scheme that you're signaling to the developer, and if any of them are here who are going to propose, they now know what you want. But to flag out that you're not looking for half the property be done just for the apartment dwellers. You're looking for very limited things that would just be for that amenity. All right, we got nods.
That was actually my only must not have, so.
Wonderful. Sir?
I lost my train of thought. I think it has to be cognizant of the neighbors and not have a lot of noise after certain time of evening. In other words, we don't want outside music, we don't want other noise making after 8 o'clock in the evening or something like that.
Okay, so let me try to think of a broader way of putting that, because it's really going to depend on what kind of commercial is proposed and what kind of residential, because obviously if you have a restaurant there, you're going to want to be able to have people talking past 8 o'clock. So let's look at it as you want to see a proposal on noise compatibility with the neighborhood.
Need our noise ordinance.
That's a given. Are you looking for something beyond that?
No.
Okay. Then I would assume City Attorney, there is a noise ordinance the city would enforce.
I think unless your question is broader compatibility, I think that doesn't need to be added because it's an assumption.
All right.
Okay, consumption on premise inside the buildings, not in the public arena.
Okay, so limited alcohol use only within structures. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Is there agreement from any other council member on that? There's not. Council member. Ms. Carr.
I would just like more of a functional scale, and that again, the developer sort of says we need this amount of space for the residents, and then we'll develop this for the public.
Right, and
So
that's
it's functional.
you've already laid that out. You have now given them a guide list of what it is they need to come back to you with. Is there something though you want to tell them? I don't want to see X.
No overbuilding?
Okay, I would assume your zoning code already restricts
Exactly.
scale.
So I'm
Right,
good to
so, right. So you're looking for compliance with zoning code, which,
Yeah, if you didn't,
right,
we didn't adopt the form-based code to not follow it, so.
okay. So we'll take that as a given, that they have to follow the zoning code.
I do have a follow-up to that, though, because there is like a massive building, even with the form-based code, there could be like a very large structure depending on how they design it. So I think the relationship to the actual size of the buildings is proposed to the outdoor space. I mean, because some of the designs we saw, I thought were just overdone. So it's a mass proportion, I don't know.
Yeah,
how you say
let me help you with that. Do you want, though, to tell developers, I want to see this? Or you want to tell them you want to see a mix of shapes? Or what is it that you'd want to flag to somebody who's trying to design something
I
for you?
definitely would like to see a mix of shapes. It's the same issue I had when we did the form-based code. Shapes and heights and all that stuff to make it interesting. But again, that's going into the design. But I do, if somebody came with like one building that did all their, like what was proposed, all the commercial, one section, I wouldn't be in favor of that at all.
All right, so from a no standpoint, it sounds like what you'd like to not have is single large structures on, trying to think how to,
Those Stalinistic designs,
no, brutalistic or something,
Really
right?
one of mass
Okay.
scale to the surroundings.
So maybe.
Especially along 41, I think would be a problem to have it that way, because all the buildings there are.
Well, we have a couple competing things going on. Our code for the old 41 and the form-based code, you saw some of the proposals where the buildings were pushed up along 41, because that's a requirement of the code. You also have floodways that limit things, but we have Mr. Fegan here, or Jay Sweet. Do we have a FAR for the downtown? Is it possible to make, to basically over-occupy the space with large structures, or is that the form-based code kind of poo-poo that? I mean, I guess the question I'm asking is, do we need a no, or is that sort of already taken care of? Mm-hmm.
So you can only essentially develop or occupy up to a certain percentage of the property with actual structures. And there is a cap on it in all the transactions. We do have a floor to area ratio too, don't we? We didn't adopt that? Okay.
If I may, it sounds like you had the perfect term, which is that you don't want to see a monolithic building. Is that, the council member, does that fit what you're looking for?
I think what Amy's trying to say also is, even though you don't want them to be the same length or beyond a certain length, you don't want one building that's, all the buildings the same height. You want variation.
Architectural.
Right.
So that-
You've already covered that. This is taking that a step further.
No.
So do we have agreement that you do not want to see a monolithic building?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. We do. Okay.
Could I add in that I don't want 3-story walk-ups? I want elevators in any buildings that they put.
Is there agreement on requiring elevators? 1, 2, 3. There is not. Okay. We'll try quickly, hopefully. Did you have any other no's that you want to include? Okay. Next? No?
I don't want a tattoo parlor.
Garish lighting.
Is there agreement on bearing a tattoo parlor in this request for proposal? Okay, there is not. Moving on.
I think you've covered everything.
All
but
right,
I
wonderful.
think we're good.
Nothing else? All right. Well, here's what you've achieved. Let's look at the list here and see if there's anything that needs to change before this is final and done for the day. Scrolling back up to the top. There we go. This is a hybrid approach. You are heading towards an invitation to bid. This is something that the city puts out. We have this concept. We now want you, developer, interested party, to come back and show us how we can meet this concept. How we can get to the end point that we don't go another, what was it here?
15 years.
Yeah, 6,683 days before something is built on the property. Your must-haves include public river access, an activation of the space, and energy, joy, other feelings that may be associated with that. There be open park space, that this be an experiential destination, that there's a reason that people want to go to this particular location. There be water features included, parking to the most that can be done, and you do not limit that to on-site, off-site, however that be done. You're looking for proposals on that. There be overall theme of family appeal, shade be worked into the landscaping. There will be a commercial component, a meeting space structure, enhanced lighting to fit the overall character of the district, a year-round residential, and broad architectural appeal.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I thought when we were talking about this hybrid,
Come on, Fred, get to
I
the
thought it
microphone.
was that we were talking about hybrid in the term of a public-private partnership and how much control. I wasn't realizing we were saying that meant we were going out on an RFP.
If I may, you're not going on an RFP. You're not setting for, as I read it, and staff can correct me, as I understand what you have decided as a group is you wanted to set the concept. The hybrid is, we started from, do you want to just tell developers, give me anything? There was no enthusiasm for that. There also was no enthusiasm for city will manage everything. So the hybrid is in the middle, where you set forth, here are my principles, here's what I want to see, and then you're inviting any developer to come in and show you how they can do this. Whether they're proposing a public-private partnership, they're proposing purely private money, some city involvement, some kind of other approach in terms of the financing and the approvals, that's on them. But that's how we've gotten to the point we are. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
I'm anxious to see what the next point is.
So your must-nots are a parking garage on the Bamboo property itself, that you don't want to see a majority of the land be non-residential?
Double negative, sorry.
Yeah. You don't want to see a majority of it be residential, I believe it was. Yes.
I thought they said not to.
Right. This is on our not list, and we just corrected that.
Oh.
Right, and you want to see limited resident-only amenities. You want to make sure this is mostly available for the public, and you don't want to see monolithic building structures.
Could I make one point?
Yes, sir.
Well, we got a 5.25 acre site. If you say definitely you don't want multi-level parking, that means there's that extra space to accommodate all those cars you need to park now is coming off either public space or developed space, river walkways, something. So I just want to make sure you clearly understand that if you don't have a parking garage or parking garages, you're going to chew up a whole lot of that site to surface parking.
I don't think financially, parking garages are a way forward. Just because I think that the way the technology is going, by the time it's actually built and paid off, I don't think we're going to be using it.
Well, let me say, I don't have a problem with the fact, I think, what I thought would happen was we would start developing and use surface parking, and then we got to the point where the development was successful enough, it was getting bigger and bigger, that then you had a big choice to make. You couldn't do any more development or more public space, or you had to do multi-level.
To help you move it along,
Yeah.
is there agreement to remove item number 1 under the must-have? If you agree to remove that, please raise your hand. One?
Wait.
Right, the must-not-have, forgive me. Do you want to remove number 1? I only see 2 in agreement for that.
So we want,
3?
we don't want a parking space, or now we do want it?
You have prohibited, you say to a developer, I don't want to see a parking garage, the way this reads right now. Do you want to take that out and leave it an option?
Well, not on that side, but maybe they could help us on another side.
It was only limited to the bamboo property.
Okay.
Are we considering the dry retention that's next to the bamboo property as bamboo property?
It was in one of the proposals.
Because I don't want to see a parking garage as a main structure on the site. If it's part of their building that they're doing, the residential, to add more parking in, they can hide parking garages to where they look like just more of the residential building. So I mean, I'm in agreement, I don't want to see a parking structure there.
Right.
I want to see something that fits that area and blends in. But I think they may need to go vertical on parking in order to get the requirements in without taking up so much of the land.
Could they go, could they go vertical on the bioreactor and shuttle people over there?
That's pretty far away, but there is a dry retention area right next to it.
Let me offer a word that may solve this. Do you really mean no independent, freestanding parking garage?
Yes.
Is,
Right?
I don't think I care if it's independent or.
No, but what we're saying is that then the person who buys in a condo would have a structure that could be built somehow. You know how those work?
I just really don't want to preclude it, because if they decide that it needs to be there to make what they want to do work, then.
remember, you're setting out very high-level components as to what you want to see. I'm hearing 7 different takes on what kind of parking you want. Right now, you're in the position of telling a developer, no parking garage. Do you want, is there a design, let's go from this. Is there agreement to leave it as it is? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we don't have agreement on that. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Of all the 5 that we listened to today, do any of them have parking garage incorporated into theirs? Because I didn't see one.
Or parking spaces.
And the only reason I'm asking that is because if the 5 people submitted it and spent the money and the time already on what they think it's going to look like, if we think there should be a parking garage or not, I'm not sure if that's the most relevant.
In a meeting I had, it was a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that, so, okay.
you go.
I will,
Do you want to, all right, so we didn't have a majority to leave it as it is, so do we have another proposal on refining this language?
I want to go back to what we have.
Okay.
In 20 years, we could build a high-rise garage.
All right, let's try this again then. Is there agreement to leave it as is, no parking garage? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. There is not. So the other 4, how would you want to refine this? Because obviously you want to change it.
I'd take it out and leave it up to the developer.
Okay. Is there agreement to take this provision out? If so, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is. All right. So your must-not-haves are no majority residential limited residential-only amenities available to the public, no monolithic building. Any other changes that you, again, put yourselves in the shoes of a developer. What else would you want to see from the city to design you the best project?
I have something that I want them to do for us, and that is, I do think that having some kind of charrette system to refine the specific uses that would go into the commercial things, and even to some of the other things, should be done. It has to be an integration with the community and also with the council when we get down to the details.
So would it be community involvement in the design process?
Yes.
Okay? Do we have this would be adding it to the first list, make it number 14. Is there agreement to have community involvement in the design process? One?
What exactly
yeah,
is
what does that
design
mean?
process?
Yeah.
What do you mean by design?
How she just described,
Back around to where we got in trouble?
no? What I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is you want a proposer, anybody who's bringing a proposal forward, that the final design that then would come for your final approval would have some community input through that, some process that they would propose to you.
Leading up to it. I mean, I'm not, I don't want to do it and they do all the work and then you have 4 members of the community don't agree with it, and now we aren't moving forward.
Well, again, you're just asking them, these are your asks. So do you want to ask them to propose to you that they will have some kind of community involvement in the design process? You don't have to do this. This is a concept proposed by one council member. If you want to do this as a majority, then it goes forward.
We did that for the downtown area. Could you just describe how we did that, Arlene? You know, we had the charrettes and people came and they commented on different and we did it on West Terry Street.
Correct.
People came and said, this is what we sort of think we want to do, and they said, oh, I don't like this, or don't forget this. And there were little tables, everybody came in, and we didn't take everybody's ideas, but we probably came out with 1 or 2 ideas, and then people had the opportunity to have input. That's what I had in mind.
We had public charrettes.
Yes.
We also had public shirts for the Bamboo Village.
Could it be part of the public workshops that they're required to have? Because I know that it's been mentioned that they will have public workshops ahead of time to get the public input.
Neighborhood workshops tend to have somebody lecturing you, you know. I mean, we've been to them.
Here's the key.
It's not interactive.
Here's the key, though. If you keep it again, let's try to keep it at the high level. If you keep it as you're asking the developer to come back to you with a proposal for this, simply labeling it, you want to see community involvement in the design process, and then you leave it to them to give you the best ideas. You can accept them or not accept them as you're going forward. But I'd hate for us to spend 2 hours designing that process today. So,
We're setting up for another
right.
one of you.
Exactly. I'd be back just on that piece. But
Pleasant.
he's already ready to run me out of town. I can tell that.
The government is a lousy business person. I don't want to decide what kind of businesses go in there.
Understand, sir.
What's a free enterprise?
And
Let
you
some freedom. This is.
you are embracing that through this process.
Except for tattoo parlors.
All right. Let me make sure, if I can have everybody's attention. Let me make sure. Do we have agreement that you want to include as item 14, community involvement in design process? 1, 2, 3.
You got to define it better. I want community involvement.
And they will be.
But how can you take different ideas and all that? The developer's going to have to come back and all that.
That is exactly what she is
I want them to have
proposing.
involvement, but they can't be a veto or something like that.
Let me rephrase it then. Do you want the developer to come back with a concept to include the community in the involvement in the
Yes,
design process?
absolutely.
Raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Done. 14. All right. Any other changes? Well, congratulations. You have come up with the concept for an invitation to bid, using a hybrid approach where the city has designated this is what you want to see. Staff, do you need a guidance as far as how much time to put this out on the street, or do you?
What if we have, if we already have a proposal that the majority of us felt within these parameters, I mean, is that something we could discuss today as opposed to?
So part of when each of these proposals came in, and how I recommended not taking any action until you could, come to an agreement. You're also giving each of those proposers the opportunity to listen to the council and tailor their project. Now, one or more of the projects that have been proposed, just looking at the list, meet a huge number of these. And so you may already be there, but even if there was an individual project that was enough to hit all these points, you're still going to go through a process of selecting them, developing an interim agreement and towards a final agreement, and going through that process. So, it's up to you. Do you want to say, this is enough for us internally looking at this list to say, we're in a position looking at the proposals in front of us to pick one or more and send them back to tailor their project and then move forward? Or do you want to do like an invitation to bid, which is the same as the RFP process we did previously, and say, we're going to put this out in the street, not for a long period of time, but with these concepts, and invite the prior proposers and anyone new to come in. The idea is to get you to a target, and until today, we didn't have a real list of what those target criteria are, and allow you to move forward from that. So I think what Ken's asking now is this do you want to convert this into an RFP, or do you want to take some other action based on what you have? And we just need a direction so staff can put that together.
From a financial standpoint, going out to bid, in my opinion, doesn't seem like a necessary functionality at this point. We literally just did, this is what the RFP is going to be. We're looking at it right now. We have 5 in front of us, at least 2 of them fit. I mean, I think paying somebody to stick it out on the internet again for an extended period of time, or even doing 90 days. I mean, even if we say 1 or 2 of these bids, we're going to say, okay, come talk to us in 180 days, 200 days, whatever. We're not even agreeing to we're not even agreeing to the plan. We're just saying, okay, we like this. You've seen what we want. Come back to us when it has a ribbon on it, and then we can bless, not bless, or play with it. But until we start moving on that direction, we're going to be doing what we've been doing forever, which is a perpetual circle. So I'm really ready to figure out if we can move in a direction at least down the road without actually legally signing anything to say, this is the people we're picking, but at least we're moving.
Do I need to, Ken? I would echo with Jesse, but I would also say the ribbon would be, do you have the money up front and ready to go? Because we want this started. So is there financing you have to find? Because we do have people that for years now are still looking for financing.
If I may, it sounds like there's 2 alternatives here. You can take this, and this is your criteria which you're going to apply to the proposals you've already received, and decide who do you want to move forward with. Or this is the criteria that you want to make an invitation for others to send you ideas. So you got option 1, which is, we'll use this as the judgment criteria. Option 2, put this back out. You can't take a formal action at this meeting, but you can give staff guidance on what to bring you. So who would, at this point, lean towards option 1?
Which is what?
Which is use this as your guidance. These are the points that you're going to judge a proposal by, and apply them to the proposals you've already received. Option 2 would be take this and put it out on the street for a period of time.
But does option 1 also mean that they're fiscally sound and that they can start?
That is for your judgment based upon the proposal they put forward.
Oh, gotcha.
I prefer number 1.
All for option 1, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3,
Wait, 1 is, okay.
5. Okay. So as I see it, because obviously this is your workshop and you'll need to take action beyond that, you have a consensus of the council that these are your major points, your assessment, and they're looking to judge what has been submitted based upon these. Obviously, it doesn't preclude you from doing something else in the future, but at least you've now narrowed it down to what it is you want to judge them by.
So something I might recommend, because you have essentially 5 proposals, but only one is in, the one that came in last, because it also has the advantage of having watched these proceedings, is within enough high definition to really check against these. The proposals by Noah Properties, others, they've sent you concept plans, but it is not as formulated. So would you like to have us use this as a template to tell the existing proposers, we want to see your revised concepts by X date, and then the council can choose from at that point to pick the one they want to move forward with. That's one concept we could do. We could continue to accept others in the meantime, but the idea is you can utilize this for an invitation bid. You can utilize it, as I hear right now, the majority is in favor of using it to compare it to the existing proposal. Do you want to give everyone, including the ones that the ones that are the most concrete, which would be Shea Trask's original proposal and Baron Collier, the opportunity to touch them up and bring them back to you?
Sounds good to me.
Yes, and anybody who comes in has to do that level of qualification.
Is there anyone opposed to that idea?
Well, depends on the time frame. I want this to be
What time
sooner
frame do
than
you want?
later. I'd prefer the next meeting.
No,
I would've voted
I
on next
disagree. I don't believe that there's enough time to give the others to develop a concrete, that's why I voted no the first time. Because I think we have to be fair to everyone that's come forward. Because in my view, there's only one that meets these criterion.
Yeah, we've just come up with the criteria that we're gonna grade somebody's proposal with. I think we have to be fair and give them a chance to react to what we've come up with as a grade methodology. And I would invite others to propose based on this same grading methodology.
What I would recommend, and I will have to go back over the statute again, but in chapter 255, there is a process for a public-private partnership. And as long as there is a qualified public project, in this case, we have a significant amount of park space that would otherwise have to go through city operate, because it's city-owned, city procurement policies and competitive and solicited negotiations. Under this process, we could utilize all of the unsolicited proposals and notice them that we are going to consider selecting one. I think the minimum statutory notice, and I'm not using Ken as a lawyer today, is 21 days. So we would have time to do that before our second meeting in July, give them time to revise their proposals. If anyone else wants to submit, they're free to do so, but they will be against that process, rather than saying, to be fair, an invitation to bid, a true one, would probably need more than that period of time, and that will be pushing us that farther down the road. So you have the people who have been paying attention, who have been, sharpening their pencils over, some of them over years. I think that's a fair process to allow them to look at now really the first run of what this council wants to do and adjust their proposals accordingly. You would make a selection. At that point, we would enter into some form of interim agreement with them to continue working out the details of the project before there be any kind of real takedown or formalized project. But that would keep things moving.
What are we talking about timetable-wise, though?
Well,
Like Gibson said, because I don't feel this is the.
Well, your next
I don't feel this is the first run, because.
Your next meeting is your July 7th, it's your budget meeting. It's a budget meeting. So the 21st is your meeting.
And so then if NOAA wants to sharpen their pencils, they can do the same, but we.
Well, there are many of the projects have submitted concept plans, but not tied them to their project. They would need to do a little bit more to adjust their plans to meet this scope. Otherwise, they simply you wouldn't be able to judge them against these criteria.
So just to be clear, we wouldn't be sitting in this exact, so say we do this for 21 days or on the 21st, then two or three of them decide that, okay, here I'm gonna come up, so we're gonna sit through 10 more minutes again. At the end of the day, on the 21st, are we gonna be able to vote? That's what I wanna know.
Yes.
Okay, then fine.
Or not.
Or not, true.
not.
Or not, that's fine.
Okay, let's try and go to the 21st.
All right, but that, we have broad consensus for that?
Make a motion, or,
No motion.
I don't get it.
No, it's not.
We can't vote, I'm
How many
sorry.
days does staff get to evaluate these from the time they get in and us?
Let me ask a question. Do you want staff to evaluate the proposals, to select a team to evaluate them? I would think you would want that. We would come up with worksheets and things to help you evaluate them based on these criteria, but then you would make the,
But that all be
Like high-level
done,
executive summary, but
we
not a
will have
recommendation.
one-on-ones with
Yeah.
staff prior to the meeting on the 21st.
So in levels of this sort of letter of interest or request for proposals, council has been the selection committee. We would provide all summary of the background information and the criteria sheets where you could check off. But for example, when you selected tool design and DPZ, that decision was not made at the staff level, it was made at the council
Right.
level.
But how soon would we get that before the 21st when we meet? A week?
we probably, to give the maximum amount of time, you'd get it the week before, same as your normal agendas.
If you would look, well, I'm trying to think of the sanity of our clerk's office.
Well, I'm
If
thinking
you
of the
gave us a
sanity of
little
the
advice,
proposals.
but
Because Deb is
proposals
losing her hair.
Why don't we have, we'll work at the date, two alternatives, at the latest would be the August 4th. We'll target the 21st, but if you're asking for an analysis and worksheets, we'll have to work between the July 21st and August 4th. Those would be the
Yeah,
dates.
I think
21st, fine.
we should, if we're gonna do this, the 21st should be the date for the receival of the revised proposals. And then the staff could use their time to come up with at least a summary.
Right, but I don't want that to be a 2-week period in between. I don't want the
No.
21st we hear it, and then we wait 2 more weeks to staff evaluate it, and then we're sitting here a month
No,
later.
I would,
saying,
I would,
be-
I would go with Arlene's recommendation, which is the 21st is a target date to bring this back. And if it needs to roll to the 4th, because both the proposers and we need time to get everything to you, then that's only to the benefit of everyone.
As long as we strive for the 21st, I'd rather not push it back to the
Yeah,
next one.
because this is the 4th. We give them 21 days. We got a list. We ought to be able to come up with a piece of paper so they get their proposals in way before the end of the month. Now you got our meeting on 21 July. We ought to be able to make that and make a decision that day.
yeah, as long as you're not asking for one-on-one briefings with staff and a prepared ranking list, and it'd be a very high-level report from staff.
All they're doing is comparing, hitting these things.
They're gonna develop narratives to hit these points, each of them, and anyone else who wants to submit. That's what they'll do, and it's just that simple.
And if we're not ready to vote on the 21st, we can put it off. Kick the can down the road a little further for another 10 years. Okay. Do we have direction to the staff?
Do we have anything else you wanna add or get in?
I just want to say thank you. I enjoyed this. I hope you did.
You were fabulous.
So I think you've ended up with a set of criteria now, and hopefully this will move the project forward. So I wish you the best of luck.
You've got good patience. You ought to be a
I
doctor.
promised him a small plaque somewhere along the boardwalk, like.
He's going to up it to a statue now.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, where are we at?
Adjourn.
Adjourn? We're out of here. Hey, thank you.